Yo, what's up? If you're ready to journey into the darkness with me, sit back, relax, and get ready for some shocking tales. Tonight, we're stepping into the depths of gang culture, where violence, power, and betrayal run deep. Close your eyes, let it all sink in, and let's dive straight into the abyss. The world of gangs is dark, violent, and often misunderstood. Gang culture is not just about crime, it's about survival, power, loyalty, and a sense of belonging that few outside these circles can truly understand. From the tight-knit street crews in America's urban ghettos to the ruthless cartels operating across Latin America, gangs represent the extreme side of human nature. But how did it all begin? How did these groups evolve from small, isolated street gangs into powerful, often global organizations? To understand gang culture, we have to first look at its roots, the rise of these groups from humble beginnings to criminal empires. The origins of gangs can be traced back to the early 19th century in the streets of major cities, especially in the United States. Poverty, lack of opportunities, and societal neglect created fertile ground for young people to form groups that could protect them from violence, provide a sense of belonging, and most importantly, offer an alternative to the harsh realities of life on the streets. But as these groups grew, so did their ambitions. What started as protection and survival soon turned into an organized effort to control neighborhoods, markets, and eventually, entire regions. The early street gangs weren't as ruthless as the ones we know today. They were more about petty theft, fights, and claiming a piece of turf. However, over time, these groups began to form more sophisticated criminal enterprises. As the demand for illegal goods such as alcohol, drugs, and weapons grew, so did the gangs' thirst for power. They moved from simple street brawls to larger-scale operations involving extortion, drug trafficking, and money laundering. But what really set gangs apart from regular groups was their unshakable code, one based on loyalty, respect, and often violence. It's this code that members swear by, sometimes at the cost of their own lives. In the world of gangs, betrayal is unforgivable, and loyalty is everything. The minute you step into that world, you are bound by a code that demands your allegiance, often over everything else in your life, your family, your freedom, your future. The code also extends to the violence that accompanies gang life. Gangs don't just fight for turf, they fight to maintain control. If someone steps out of line, betrays the group, or challenges its power, the consequences are severe, often leading to brutal retaliation. The fear of retribution is one of the main things that keeps members in line. Once you enter the world of gangs, it's hard to escape. It's a trap that holds you in its grip, often with little chance of getting out alive or in one piece. The rise of these criminal empires wasn't confined to the streets of America. In fact, gangs have infiltrated almost every corner of the globe, from the notorious Mexican drug cartels that run large swathes of territory in the Americas to the infamous mafia families of Italy. Gang culture has transcended borders. What makes them so powerful isn't just the illegal activities they engage in, but the sheer force they wield over the communities they control. They're not just crime organizations, they're states within states, complete with their own rules, enforcement mechanisms, and political influence. In today's world, we see gang culture influencing everything from popular music and movies to fashion and language. But behind the glamorization lies a grim reality. Gang violence is a destructive force that claims thousands of lives each year. It's not just the innocent bystanders who get caught in the crossfire, it's the young people who are born into this life, who are given no other options but to join the ranks of these criminal organizations. What started as a way to survive has turned into a multi-billion-dollar industry that thrives on fear and exploitation. The sad truth is that for many young people, joining a gang is seen as their only way out of poverty, their only chance to gain power and respect. And once they're in, it's almost impossible to get out. The pressure to stay loyal, the fear of retaliation, and the constant struggle for dominance in a world where violence is the currency of survival makes escaping the gang life nearly impossible. In the next chapters, we'll take a closer look at some of the most infamous gangs in the world. From the streets of Los Angeles, where the Bloods and Crips have been waging a deadly war for decades, to the heart of Mexico, where drug cartels fight for control of the global drug trade, these are the stories that paint a terrifying picture of gang life. Each chapter will focus on a different gang or a different aspect of gang culture, providing an in-depth look at the violence, the strategies, the betrayal, and the consequences that come with it. As we delve deeper into these stories, we'll uncover the truths that lurk behind the headlines and explore how these gangs have shaped the world we live in today. The Bloods and Crips are two of the most well-known street gangs in the world, and their rivalry has become almost legendary in gang culture. The story of these two groups is a tale of survival, violence, and the brutal realities of life on the streets of Los Angeles. But it's also a story of how young people, out of desperation and circumstance, built empires of crime that would terrorize their city for decades. It all began in the late 1960s and early 1970s, a time when Los Angeles was rife with racial tensions and poverty. The city's black neighborhoods were under constant pressure from police, who treated the residents with hostility and disrespect. For many young people growing up in these areas, the idea of safety and survival became their primary concern. To feel protected, they formed groups, small at first, that served as both family and defense. The Crips were the first of these groups to rise to prominence. Founded in 1969 by Raymond Washington and Stan Tookie Williams, the Crips started as a small gang, but quickly grew in power as they expanded their territory across South Los Angeles. Their name, Crips, was initially short for Crippers, a slang term for someone who had a limp, symbolizing the tough, street-smart mentality they were trying to establish. The gang was made up primarily of young black men, and their main goal was simple: protect their neighborhood from outside threats. But as the Crips grew in number and influence, something darker began to develop. Rivalries with other groups, including other small gangs that had been formed in the same neighborhoods, began to intensify. In 1972, a rival group, the Bloods, was born in response to the growing influence of the Crips. The Bloods were originally a collection of smaller independent gangs, like the Piru Street Boys, who united under the banner of the Bloods to protect themselves from the Crips. What followed was a violent, deadly feud that would last for decades. At first, the rivalry between the Bloods and Crips was about territorial control. They fought over neighborhoods, drugs, and the right to rule the streets of Los Angeles. But as the war between the two groups escalated, it became about more than just survival. It became about pride, power, and identity. In a city where young people had little to no prospects for the future, joining a gang like the Bloods or Crips gave them a sense of power, respect, and belonging. It gave them a chance to become part of something larger than themselves, something that demanded loyalty and offered protection, albeit with a price. The violence between the Bloods and Crips was relentless. Drive-by shootings, gang initiations, and turf wars became a daily occurrence. Entire neighborhoods were caught in the crossfire, and the streets became a war zone. By the 1980s, the rivalry had reached its peak, with both gangs spreading their influence far beyond Los Angeles. The Crips were involved in the drug trade, primarily dealing crack cocaine, and their violent tactics were a way to control the distribution of the drug. The Bloods, in turn, engaged in similar criminal activity, and the cycle of violence and crime continued to spiral out of control. The media began to take notice of the Bloods and Crips, amplifying their notoriety. News outlets frequently reported on the violence, and Hollywood began to glamorize the gang lifestyle. Movies like Boys in the Hood and Menace to Society brought attention to the gangs and their influence, but they also created a distorted perception of the reality on the streets. What many didn't realize was that behind the flashy portrayals, there was a tragic reality of lives lost, families torn apart, and communities destroyed. But while the Bloods and Crips became known for their rivalry, the truth is that these gangs were also a product of a much larger issue: systemic inequality. The black neighborhoods of Los Angeles were severely underfunded and underrepresented, with little access to education, employment, or social services. For many, joining a gang was the only way to feel a sense of purpose and protection. The streets became their classroom, and the gang was their family. In a place where they felt invisible to the outside world, the Bloods and Crips offered a way to survive, even if that meant resorting to violence. Over the years, both gangs grew into massive organizations with tentacles reaching into different parts of the country. They became more than just local street gangs. They became criminal empires, involved in everything from drug trafficking to arms smuggling and everything in between. The violence and chaos that came with their rise didn't just impact their neighborhoods. It spread like a virus, infecting the fabric of American society. Entire generations of young people were sucked into the world of gangs, their lives defined by violence and the constant fear of death or imprisonment. By the 1990s, the situation had worsened. The government's war on drugs further exacerbated tensions, and law enforcement was pushed into a never-ending battle against the gangs. Yet, no matter how many arrests were made, how many members were locked up, the gangs continued to thrive. In fact, the prison system became yet another breeding ground for gang members. Once incarcerated, many inmates joined or were forced into existing gangs for protection, creating a cycle that would continue long after their release. Today, the Bloods and Crips are still active, though their numbers have dwindled in comparison to their heyday. Despite efforts from both within and outside the communities to stop the violence, the legacy of these two gangs continues to haunt Los Angeles and the nation as a whole. The streets of South Los Angeles are still marked by the scars of the gang wars that have raged for over 40 years. While some individuals have managed to escape gang life, for many, the lure of violence, money, and power remains too strong to resist. But there is hope. Community programs, peace efforts, and gang intervention initiatives have begun to make a difference, offering young people alternatives to the violent lifestyle. People who were once part of the Bloods and Crips have begun to speak out, sharing their stories of escape and redemption, offering a beacon of light in a world that has been overshadowed by darkness for so long. The history of the Bloods and Crips is a tragic one, filled with bloodshed, betrayal, and broken lives. But it is also a story of survival, resilience, and the power of community. As we continue to explore the most disturbing gang stories, we'll uncover the true cost of living a life in the shadows and the road to redemption that some are lucky enough to find. There's a dark truth that lurks in the corners of every major city around the world. It's the kind of truth that you don't find in the glamorous versions of gang life seen in movies or music videos. It's the truth behind the blood, the violence and the broken lives that often get left in the wake of gang wars. The streets aren't just battlegrounds for territory. They're often the places where the most brutal and senseless acts of violence take place, sometimes with no warning and no remorse. Murder is the ultimate price of power in the gang world. It's not just a consequence, it's often a necessity. When a gang member is killed, it doesn't just represent the loss of a life, it ignites a cycle of retaliation that can last for years, even decades. This is the harsh reality of the streets, where every death is met with another death, and the cycle continues, often spiraling out of control. It's a constant game of survival, where the streets are ruled by fear and respect is earned by force, not by kindness or goodwill. One of the most notorious aspects of gang culture is its brutal approach to murder. Unlike the calculated hits seen in the world of organized crime, street gang murders are often unplanned and impulsive. The cause of death can be as trivial as a perceived slight, a stolen jacket, or a simple disagreement. But in the world of gangs, these slights are viewed as matters of life and death. To back down or show weakness is to risk your own life, which is why so many young people are drawn into a violent world they can't escape. Take, for example, the senseless violence that plagues gang territory disputes. A small disagreement over territory can quickly escalate into full-blown warfare. The rules of engagement are simple. If you don't defend your turf, you lose it. If you lose it, you lose everything. This mentality has led to an endless number of shootings, often in broad daylight, where innocent bystanders get caught in the crossfire. In cities like Los Angeles, Chicago, and New York, it's not uncommon for entire neighborhoods to be locked in a state of constant war. In some areas, gang members have even gone so far as to install surveillance systems, turning entire streets into watch zones to monitor their territory. It's a constant state of paranoia where anyone could be an enemy, and trust is a rare commodity. The violence isn't confined to just the street level. The leaders of these gangs, the so-called shot callers, are often the ones who decide when and where the next murder will take place. These gang leaders don't just control the streets, they control life and death. For them, murder is a tool of dominance, a symbol of power, and in some cases, it's even a form of entertainment. Consider the chilling story of a gang member who, after years of violence, had a strange philosophy. For him, murder was nothing more than a form of art. He viewed each killing as a way to express himself, a way to make a statement to the world. His kills were meticulously planned, not out of necessity, but out of a desire to craft a perfect crime. He would stalk his victims for weeks, learning their routines, their movements, and their weaknesses. Then, at the moment he felt the time was right, he would strike, always in a place where the shock of the violence would be felt the hardest. In his mind, every murder he committed was a brushstroke in the masterpiece he was creating. And just like any artist, he reveled in the reaction. He didn't do it for money or power. He did it for the fame, for the notoriety. Because in the world of gangsters, the one who commits the most shocking and brutal murders becomes a legend. But for every masterpiece, there are hundreds of others that are much less calculated. In the world of street gangs, life is cheap. When a gang member is killed, retaliation is immediate and often random. It could be a drive-by shooting, a stabbing, or a confrontation that ends with one person dead and the other either running for their life or being carted off to jail. Murder is so common that it becomes almost expected. In fact, some gang members, after committing murder, will act as though nothing happened. They'll go back to their routine, back to their drug dealing, or back to their turf war, because in their world, death is just another day on the job. But there's a cost to all this violence. While gang members may feel empowered in the moment, the long-term effects are devastating. The families of the victims are left with grief, rage, and the knowledge that their loved one was just another casualty of the war on the streets. Many of these families never get closure. There are no trials, no justice, just more violence, more death, and more unanswered questions. And for the gang members who survive the violence, they live with the knowledge that they've either taken a life or had their own taken. The emotional toll can be unbearable. Many gang members, after a certain point, become numb to the violence. They see death not as a tragedy, but as part of the deal, a harsh reality that they've accepted in exchange for their place in the gang world. But not everyone stays numb. For some, the violence they've witnessed or committed begins to haunt them. The memories of the lives they've taken, or the friends they've lost, slowly eat away at them. Guilt sets in. The realization that they've become a part of a system that thrives on death can be too much to bear, and in some cases it leads to a violent end. The very people who have spent their lives taking others' lives sometimes find their own life snatched away in a moment of blind rage, revenge, or karma. And then there are those who break, who walk away from the gang life and try to rebuild what's left of their humanity. Some succeed, finding redemption in community outreach programs, or even working to stop the violence they once helped perpetuate. But for others, the weight of their past crimes is too much to bear, and they end up back on the streets, caught in the same cycle of violence that they once tried to escape. The murder stories we've shared are just a glimpse into the ruthless, unforgiving world of gang violence. They represent a small fraction of the true cost of living in the shadow of gangs. As we dive deeper into this world in the chapters that follow, we'll see how violence isn't just a reaction to conflict. It's a way of life for many, a life that's built on fear, bloodshed, and the unrelenting pursuit of power. When it comes to organized crime, few organizations are as feared or as influential as the Mexican drug cartels. These criminal empires have been responsible for some of the most brutal and violent episodes in recent history, and their wars for power and territory have left a trail of destruction that stretches from the streets of Mexico to the far corners of the world. The Mexican cartels, with their ruthless tactics and vast resources, are not just drug dealers. They are political forces, military juggernauts, and symbols of the terror that takes root when unchecked greed and power collide. The roots of Mexico's modern cartel violence can be traced back to the early 1980s, when the drug trade began to spiral out of control. As the demand for illegal drugs in the United States skyrocketed, cartels in Colombia and Mexico saw an opportunity to profit from the trade. Mexico, with its proximity to the US border, became a key player in the smuggling of drugs, particularly cocaine, marijuana, and later methamphetamine. The cartels quickly realized that in order to succeed, they would need to protect their interests with force. One of the earliest and most powerful cartels to rise was the Guadalajara cartel, led by Miguel Ángel Félix Gallardo. Gallardo was known as the godfather of Mexican cartels, and under his leadership, the cartel established a vast network of drug routes that spanned across Mexico and into the US. But Gallardo's reign was not to last. In 1989, he was arrested, and the cartel fractured into several smaller competing factions. This event would set the stage for one of the bloodiest periods in Mexican history, the Cartel Wars. The Cartel Wars are essentially a series of violent and bloody conflicts fought between the various drug cartels vying for dominance in the lucrative drug trade. These wars are not confined to the streets of Mexico. They spill over into communities, destroy lives, and impact entire nations. The cartels do not fight with mere street-level thugs. They have armies of well-trained soldiers, many of whom are former military personnel, equipped with military-grade weapons, armored vehicles, and even grenades. The brutality with which the cartels fight for territory is staggering. The use of torture, dismemberment, and public executions are common tactics. These aren't just wars. They are battles for control over the flow of drugs, money, and power, and they have left entire regions in chaos. One of the most infamous of these cartels is the Sinaloa cartel, led by Joaquin El Chapo Guzman. Guzman became a legend in the world of organized crime. He was known not only for his brutal methods, but also for his ability to evade capture. For years, he successfully ran his operations from prison, often orchestrating complex escapes and sending his soldiers to carry out executions and terrorize rival gangs. Guzman was a master of controlling not just the flow of drugs, but the very infrastructure of the drug trade. His network spanned across continents, and he built a vast empire that made him one of the richest men in the world. His reign, however, would end in 2016 when he was finally captured. His capture marked the end of an era for the Sinaloa cartel, but the damage had already been done. His empire had left a legacy of bloodshed, and his downfall did not end the cartel wars, it only changed the players. But even without Guzman, the Sinaloa cartel remains one of the most powerful criminal organizations in Mexico. The war for dominance has continued with even greater intensity. After Guzman's arrest, the Sinaloa cartel went through a period of instability, with various factions within the organization vying for control. The resulting power vacuum has only fueled the cartel wars, as rival cartels, such as the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, CJNG, have risen to challenge Sinaloa's grip on the market. The CJNG is one of the most dangerous and violent cartels today, responsible for countless murders, kidnappings, and bombings. The violence that has engulfed Mexico as a result of these cartel wars is nothing short of staggering. Thousands of people have been killed, many of them innocent civilians caught in the crossfire of gang warfare. One of the most harrowing aspects of the cartel wars is the way they have targeted women and children. Cartel members often use them as pawns in their ongoing struggles for power, sometimes using women as bait to lure rival gang members into ambushes and children as lookouts or messengers. The toll on families has been catastrophic, and many communities have been torn apart by the endless cycle of violence. One of the most disturbing aspects of the cartel wars is the role of law enforcement. In many cases, the Mexican police have been either unable or unwilling to stop the cartels. Corruption runs deep within the ranks of the police, with many officers working directly for the cartels or accepting bribes to turn a blind eye to their operations. Some police officers even participate in the violence, joining cartel members in their gruesome campaigns. In regions controlled by the cartels, the government's presence is minimal at best. This lack of oversight has allowed the cartels to grow unchecked, amassing power and influence in every corner of Mexican society. In the face of this overwhelming power, the Mexican government has attempted to wage a war on drugs. But this effort has had little success in stemming the violence. The government's strategy has often been to arrest or kill the leaders of the cartels, hoping that doing so will dismantle their organizations. However, the reality is that for every leader taken down, another rises to take their place. The cartels are resilient. They operate not just on the streets, but in the shadows, using sophisticated networks of corruption, fear, and violence to maintain control. Despite the overwhelming violence and destruction, the cartels continue to thrive. They are not just drug dealers, they are institutions in their own right. They run smuggling rings, control vast networks of human trafficking, and have deep connections in business, politics, and even law enforcement. The cartel's grip on Mexico is so strong that they have begun to infiltrate nearly every part of society, from the poorest villages to the highest levels of government. The Mexican cartel wars have become a never-ending cycle of violence, betrayal, and bloodshed. The people of Mexico, caught between the cartels and a government that seems powerless to stop them, live in constant fear. For the cartels, violence is just part of the business. It is a way to maintain control, assert dominance, and show the world who rules the streets. As we move forward, we'll delve into more chilling stories from the cartels, looking at their methods, their rise to power, and the consequences of their bloody reign. The cartel wars are far from over, and the violence continues to shape the world in ways we can't even begin to imagine. When most people think of the mafia, they imagine sleek suits, quiet whispers in dimly lit back rooms, and the kind of sophisticated crime operations seen in movies like The Godfather. But beneath the glamour of organized crime lies a dark, deadly world where power is earned through bloodshed, loyalty is sacred, and violence is used as both a tool and a message. The Italian mafia, in its various forms, is among the most notorious criminal organizations in the world. But unlike the street-level gangs of major cities, the mafia is an empire built on decades of carefully cultivated influence, intimidation, and calculated moves. Its members don't just rule the streets, they control entire industries, governments, and international criminal enterprises. To truly understand the mafia, you have to go beyond the movies and look at its gruesome reality, a world where lives are cheap and death is a constant threat. The origins of the Italian mafia date back to the 19th century in Sicily, but it wasn't until the early 20th century that it truly began to expand its influence. The mafia initially operated in rural Sicily, where it was primarily involved in smuggling, protection rackets, and agricultural labor disputes. But as Italy's economy grew, so did the power of the mafia. They began to infiltrate businesses, political circles, and the police force, using bribery, blackmail, and even murder to eliminate rivals and gain control over lucrative industries. The rise of the mafia was aided by the social and economic conditions of Italy at the time. In the rural villages and towns, people lived under the constant threat of starvation, economic hardship, and political instability. The mafia provided a sense of order and protection in an otherwise chaotic world. By controlling access to resources like food, land, and labor, they became the de facto rulers of rural Sicily. The people, desperate for survival, often had no choice but to pay tribute to the mafia in exchange for protection. The mafia, in turn, solidified its grip on power, turning crime into a legitimate business. One of the key factors that set the mafia apart from other criminal organizations is its code of silence, known as omerta. This code demands complete loyalty to the organization and prohibits any member from cooperating with law enforcement. The consequences of breaking omerta are severe. Betrayal is met with death. This code of silence is not just a form of protection for the mafia. It's a weapon. It allows them to operate in the shadows, evading the law while continuing to thrive in the criminal underworld. The mafia's power was solidified during the mid-20th century with the rise of powerful families like the Gambino, Genovese, and Lucchese families in the United States. Many of the most infamous mafia leaders, including John Gotti and Lucky Luciano, rose to prominence in the post-World War II era when the mafia expanded its reach into new markets, including drugs, prostitution, and illegal gambling. The mafia didn't just dominate the streets. They became deeply involved in legitimate businesses, laundering money through casinos, restaurants, and construction companies. In fact, the mafia has been involved in nearly every major industry in the United States at some point, from waste management to the construction of skyscrapers in New York City. But while the mafia seemed invincible, it was far from immune to the law. Over the years, law enforcement agencies, both in Italy and the United States, launched numerous investigations to dismantle the mafia's criminal empire. The FBI's efforts, led by agents like Joe Pistone, who infiltrated the mafia as Donnie Brasco, and the Italian government's use of maxi trials in the 1980s, dealt serious blows to the organization. The mafia, however, was never fully defeated. It adapted, reorganized, and, as always, used violence to eliminate those who threatened its survival. One of the most disturbing aspects of the mafia's power is the way it perpetuates itself. The mafia isn't just a criminal organization, it's a family. It operates like a business, with bosses, underbosses, and soldiers, all working together for the greater good of the organization. And like any business, it seeks to expand its reach, eliminate competition, and control as much territory as possible. But unlike legitimate businesses, the mafia does all this through intimidation, murder, and corruption. The mafia's legacy of violence is not confined to Italy or the United States. Over the years, the organization's influence has spread to countries around the world. From Canada to Australia, from Argentina to Japan, the mafia has left a trail of bloodshed and destruction in its wake. Its ability to infiltrate political systems and manipulate laws has allowed it to flourish in even the most well-policed countries. And while the mafia's grip on Italy has weakened in recent years, its influence continues to be felt, particularly in the southern regions of the country. The mafia's grip on power is not just about violence, it's about the way they maintain control over entire communities. The mafia doesn't just intimidate with guns, it controls through fear, bribery, and the constant reminder that loyalty is the only thing that keeps you alive. For those born into mafia families, it's not just a way of life, it's a tradition. Children are raised to understand the importance of loyalty to the family, and the consequences of defying that loyalty are made clear from a young age. The mafia's power is also fueled by the overwhelming amount of money it generates. The illegal activities it engages in, such as drug trafficking, human trafficking, and extortion, bring in billions of dollars every year. This money is used to bribe politicians, buy off law enforcement, and expand their operations. It's this financial empire that gives the mafia its lasting power. As long as there's money to be made, the mafia will continue to thrive. But even in the face of law enforcement crackdowns and internal betrayals, the mafia continues to hold sway over millions of lives. It operates in the shadows, silently controlling much of the criminal world while posing as legitimate businesses. And for every leader that's brought down, another rises to take their place, continuing the cycle of power, loyalty, and violence. The mafia's influence goes beyond just the realm of crime. It has seeped into the fabric of society, changing the way people live, think, and interact. From its involvement in politics to its control of major industries, the mafia has shaped the world we live in, leaving an indelible mark on history. While the mafia's hold on power may have diminished in some areas, it remains one of the most feared and influential criminal organizations in the world today. Chicago has long been a city that struggled with violence and gang activity. known for its deep roots in the Prohibition era and its connection to the infamous Al Capone, Chicago's criminal landscape has evolved into something much darker and much more dangerous than its early days. Today, it's home to some of the most brutal street gangs in America, where murder, drugs, and power struggles are commonplace. These gangs don't just control neighborhoods, they control lives, destinies, and entire communities, and their wars are fought not just for territory, but for dominance over the city itself. The story of Chicago's gangs begins in the early 20th century, but it wasn't until the 1960s and 1970s that gangs truly began to take root in the city's south and west sides. These areas, plagued by poverty, systemic inequality, and racial tension, became breeding grounds for violence. Young people, many of whom felt neglected by the system, turned to gangs for a sense of belonging, protection, and power. The government had abandoned them, and the streets were a dangerous place. In this environment, the gang became not just a group of individuals, but a family, a unit bound by the code of loyalty and survival. One of the earliest and most notorious gangs in Chicago was the Blackstone Rangers, founded in the 1950s by Jeff Fort. Originally formed as a group for protection against white violence, the Rangers quickly became a powerful force in the city. Their influence spread throughout Chicago, and they soon began engaging in drug trafficking, extortion, and murder. But their most infamous transformation came in the 1970s, when Jeff Fort took the gang to new heights. The Rangers, under Fort's leadership, aligned themselves with radical black nationalist ideologies, but in time they became entangled in the world of organized crime. The gang's violent reach stretched far beyond Chicago, and they soon became players in the larger game of urban warfare. As the Blackstone Rangers grew in power, they became rivals with the Vice Lords, another major gang in the city. The Vice Lords, founded in the 1950s, were one of Chicago's oldest gangs. Initially, they operated as a street gang for black youths, but as they expanded, they too became deeply involved in drug trafficking, murder, and the violent control of neighborhoods. The Vice Lords quickly grew into one of the most feared gangs in Chicago, and their rivalry with the Rangers set the stage for some of the city's bloodiest gang wars. By the 1980s, Chicago's gang wars had escalated to unprecedented levels of violence. The introduction of crack cocaine into the streets of Chicago fueled the fire, turning gang leaders into wealthy criminals who had no intention of surrendering their power. The drug trade not only fueled the violence, but also solidified the gang's control over certain areas. Neighborhoods were divided into turf that became almost impossible to navigate without the approval of a gang member. Drug dealers, protected by the gangs, operated openly in the streets, and the general public was left to either comply with the gangs or suffer the consequences. One of the most chilling aspects of Chicago's gang culture is the way it has permeated every part of society. It's not just a fight for power in the streets, it's a fight for influence. Gangs have infiltrated schools, prisons, and even the police force. Many young people who are born into these environments have no choice but to join a gang for protection. In some neighborhoods, gang membership is almost a rite of passage, and once you join, leaving is nearly impossible. The consequences of turning your back on the gang are often severe: retaliation, violence, and in some cases, death. The toll of this violence is felt every day. The constant drive-by shootings, the innocent lives lost, and the never-ending cycle of retaliation have left entire communities living in fear. The residents of Chicago's gang-ridden neighborhoods have learned to live with the violence as part of their daily lives. Parents, send their children to school with the understanding that they may not come back, not because of anything they've done, but because of where they live. And while the city has tried to intervene through community programs and law enforcement crackdowns, the gangs remain a powerful and pervasive force. One of the most infamous gang factions in Chicago is the Latin Kings, a predominantly Latino gang that has controlled large parts of the city's north and west sides. Founded in the 1940s, the Latin Kings have grown into one of the largest and most influential gangs in Chicago, with their reach extending far beyond the city itself. Their primary focus is the drug trade, but they also engage in illegal gambling, weapons trafficking, and other forms of organized crime. The Latin Kings are known for their strict code of conduct, which demands loyalty to the gang above all else. They have a hierarchy similar to that of the mafia, with a leader, or Inca, at the top, and their operations are heavily organized, making them one of the most formidable criminal forces in Chicago. Chicago's gang wars have been fueled by the rise of gangs like the Gangster Disciples, the Black Pea Stones, and the Four Corner Hustlers. These groups often engage in turf wars, fighting for control of drug markets, prostitution rings, and other illegal activities. The rivalry between these gangs is fierce, and it often spills over into the streets, leaving innocent bystanders in harm's way. In recent years, the violence has gotten so bad that entire neighborhoods have become no-go zones for anyone who isn't affiliated with a gang. For many residents, the streets outside their front doors are a constant reminder of the danger they live in. One of the most disturbing aspects of Chicago's gang violence is the way it disproportionately affects young people. It's not uncommon for children as young as 10 or 12 to be recruited into gangs. Many of these children are born into families that are already entrenched in gang life, and they see no way out. Some are even forced to commit violent acts as part of their initiation into the gang. The violence they experience and commit during their childhood shapes the rest of their lives, leading many to become lifelong members of criminal organizations. The lives lost in these wars are staggering. Thousands of people have been killed in gang-related violence in Chicago over the years, and that number continues to climb. The city has become synonymous with gun violence, and the innocent victims of these wars are often the most tragic casualties. Drive-by shootings, murders in broad daylight, and brutal beatings have become a daily reality for many who live in gang-controlled neighborhoods. Even those who try to escape the violence are often dragged back into it, either by force or by the desire to belong to something larger than themselves. The cycle of violence that has plagued Chicago's streets shows no signs of stopping. While law enforcement continues to crack down on gangs, the true solution to the problem lies in addressing the root causes of gang violence: poverty, lack of education, and the systemic failure to provide opportunities to the city's most vulnerable residents. Until these issues are addressed, Chicago's gang wars will continue to rage, and more lives will be lost in the brutal battle for control over the city's streets. In the world of gangs, one thing is held above all else: loyalty. It is the very foundation upon which every gang is built. Loyalty is not just a virtue, it's a necessity. It's the unspoken rule that binds gang members together, turning strangers into brothers and creating a bond that is often stronger than blood itself. But just as loyalty is the glue that holds these organizations together, betrayal is the acid that can tear them apart. And in a world where the consequences of betrayal are often deadly, the stakes couldn't be higher. The concept of loyalty in gang culture is rooted in a deep, almost tribal sense of belonging. For many gang members, especially those who come from broken homes or impoverished neighborhoods, the gang becomes their family. It's where they find protection, a sense of purpose, and often a way out of their circumstances. The loyalty they feel is not just to their fellow gang members, but to the gang itself, their family. To break that loyalty, to betray the gang, is not just a personal failure, it's an unforgivable crime. Loyalty is tested in countless ways within the gang world, but one of the most profound is the loyalty to the boss or leader. In most gangs, there is a hierarchical structure where the leader, often known as the Don or Kingpin, holds ultimate power. The leader commands respect, and his orders are law. Disrespecting the leader or going against his wishes is not just a violation of gang rules, it's a direct threat to the structure and stability of the entire operation. The leader's word is final, and those who challenge it face brutal consequences. In some cases, gang members who have been around for years may be asked to do unspeakable things in the name of loyalty. This could include committing murder, committing crimes that go against their personal morals, or betraying those they care about for the good of the gang. The act is often justified by the belief that loyalty to the gang comes first, and personal feelings or morality are secondary. To question the gang's orders is to risk your place within the family and your life. But loyalty is not a one-way street. Gang leaders, too, must demonstrate loyalty to their subordinates. They must protect their members and keep them safe, or risk losing their trust. If a leader shows weakness or fails to protect the gang, their control is undermined and their position may be challenged. This is a delicate balance of power, one that can shift in an instant. Betrayal, however, is where the true danger lies in gang life. When loyalty is broken, it's not just a personal matter, it's a matter of life and death. The punishment for betrayal is swift and brutal. Often, it's met with violence, but the methods of punishment vary depending on the severity of the betrayal. Some gang members are simply executed, their bodies left as a warning to others. Others may suffer torture or other forms of physical abuse before being killed. Betrayal is seen as the ultimate offense because it undermines the very foundation of the gang. A person who betrays the gang isn't just a criminal. They're a traitor, someone who threatens the survival of the entire organization. One of the most infamous cases of betrayal in the world of gangs is the story of the infamous Chicago mobster Salvatore "Sammy the Bull" Gravano. Gravano was a loyal member of the Gambino crime family, one of the most powerful mafia families in the world. He was a trusted hitman who had carried out numerous killings for the family, and his loyalty to the boss, John Gotti, was unquestioned. But in a shocking turn of events, Gravano betrayed Gotti and became a government informant. His decision to testify against his former boss in exchange for a reduced sentence sent shockwaves through the mafia world. Gravano's betrayal was not just a personal betrayal, it was a betrayal of the entire mafia code. He had broken omertà, the sacred code of silence, and in doing so he had destroyed the very essence of what it meant to be part of the mafia. The consequences of Gravano's betrayal were far-reaching. Not only did it lead to the downfall of Gotti, but it also caused a ripple effect throughout the mafia. Gravano's cooperation with the government led to the conviction of numerous mafia members, shaking the foundation of the Gambino crime family and other mafia families across the United States. Gravano, once a feared and respected mobster, became a pariah in the underworld. His betrayal had cost him not only his place in the mafia, but also his reputation. In the world of organized crime, a man without loyalty is a man without honor. And for Gravano, the price of betrayal was the loss of everything he had worked for. But betrayal doesn't just come from within the gang, it can also come from the outside. Law enforcement agencies, rival gangs, and even family members can all betray a gang's trust. Police informants, for example, are often seen as the lowest of the low in gang culture. They are viewed as the ultimate traitors, willing to sell out their fellow criminals for money or a lighter sentence. But in some cases, even family members have been known to turn against their gang-affiliated relatives. These betrayals are seen as the most personal, and the consequences are often the most severe. The most painful betrayals are those that come from someone you trust implicitly. For a gang member, trust is everything. But when someone you consider a brother or a sister turns against you, it leaves a scar that can never be healed. These kinds of betrayals can tear gangs apart, leading to infighting, paranoia, and eventually their downfall. Yet, despite the violent consequences, loyalty and betrayal remain central themes in gang life. The belief that loyalty is the cornerstone of gang existence is ingrained in every member, from the lowly street soldier to the gang's leader. Betrayal is the one thing that can never be forgiven, and the fear of it keeps everyone in line. The code of silence, the unshakable loyalty to the gang, and the brutal punishment for betrayal are the elements that make gang life a never-ending cycle of violence and fear. As we continue to explore the world of gangs, we will see how loyalty and betrayal play out in the most disturbing and shocking ways. Whether it's the rise and fall of notorious gangsters, the breaking of codes, or the endless struggle for power, the theme of loyalty versus betrayal will continue to echo through the darkest corners of the criminal underworld. Gang territory is one of the most fundamental aspects of organized crime. It's the very heart of what gangs fight for, their literal and symbolic control over certain areas, whether it's a neighborhood, a block, or an entire city. Over the years, gang territory has evolved from simple street corners to vast, sprawling empires that stretch far beyond the urban areas they originated from. In this chapter, we'll explore how gang territories are created, maintained, and expanded, and the brutal consequences of encroaching on another gang's turf. At its core, gang territory is about control. It's about claiming a space, carving out an area where the gang can operate freely and where they can exercise power without interference. In the beginning, territories were often small, localized, and closely tied to a specific community or group of people. In some ways, the first gangs were just groups of people banding together to protect their homes, families, or businesses from outside threats. But as these gangs grew in power, so did their ambitions. Territories became larger, and gang warfare began to escalate as groups fought for control of more profitable areas. In the early days of gang violence, particularly in cities like Chicago, New York, and Los Angeles, gang territories were primarily defined by geography. A gang would control a specific neighborhood or block, and they would fight off any outsiders who tried to take over. This kind of localized gang violence was often a response to territorial disputes or competition for resources, but it wasn't just about drugs and money. It was about pride. The boundaries of a gang's territory were sacred, and to encroach on another gang's turf was considered an unforgivable act. As the drug trade exploded in the 1980s, gang territories took on a new level of importance. The most lucrative drug markets were found in the poorest neighborhoods, which had the highest levels of unemployment and poverty. These areas became the battlegrounds for drug-dealing gangs, with each group fighting to control the supply of crack cocaine, heroin, or marijuana. The control of these neighborhoods became crucial to the gang's financial survival. The drugs provided a steady stream of revenue which funded further violence and expansion. The gangs, in turn, developed sophisticated systems to defend their territories. Armed with semi-automatic weapons, they would patrol their neighborhoods, keeping out any rival gang members who dared to step onto their turf. To the untrained eye, these were just ordinary street-level gangsters, but in reality, they were part of a larger criminal enterprise. These gangs began to create infrastructure, safe houses, drug processing labs, and secret storage locations throughout their territories. The extent of their control often went unnoticed by the public. What started as a territorial dispute between rival street gangs eventually transformed into a battle for supremacy between entire criminal empires. One of the most striking examples of gang territory expansion can be found in Los Angeles. The city, known for its sprawling urban landscape and deep-rooted gang culture, became a microcosm of gang warfare in the late 20th century. The infamous Bloods and Crips, two of the most well-known gangs in the United States, started as small groups protecting their neighborhoods from other street-level gangs. However, over time, they expanded their reach, turning LA into a war zone. The Bloods and Crips became powerful enough to control large sections of the city, with each gang fighting to maintain control of its respective territories. The battle for gang territory was about more than just turf. It was about gaining and maintaining power. The Crips and Bloods had similar goals, but their rivalry drove them to fight violently for control. Their territorial wars spilled out of the streets and into other aspects of their criminal enterprises. They began fighting over drug distribution, recruitment, and resources, all while trying to solidify their control over more land. Over time, gang violence in LA became so widespread that entire neighborhoods fell under gang control, and the lines between different territories became blurred. But as gang culture grew, so did the tactics used to expand territories. Street gangs began to develop military-like strategies to take control of rival territories. Drive-by shootings became one of the most common methods used to send a message and intimidate rival gangs. This kind of violence was effective in scaring the population into submission, forcing people to either comply with gang rule or risk retaliation. But it wasn't just about fear. It was also about resources. Territories weren't just lines drawn on a map. They were vital hubs for the distribution of drugs, weapons, and money. Gang leaders understood that the more territory they controlled, the more money they made. As the violence continued, the territory battles expanded into new areas. What started in the slums of urban America soon spread into the suburbs and even into other countries. Gangs began to infiltrate areas previously untouched by organized crime, seeking to expand their influence into less populated regions that offered new opportunities for drug trade and other illegal activities. What had once been confined to city blocks grew into cross-country and even international operations. One of the most notable changes in gang territory expansion is the way gangs now operate in prisons. Once inside the prison system, gang members are often forced to defend their territory with even greater violence. Entire prison systems became dominated by gang influence, with rival factions fighting for control of the most coveted sections. Gangs use prison as both a literal and metaphorical battlefield, where their control over territory extends to the inside as well as the outside world. The prison system became yet another venue for gang warfare, with inmates forced to take sides in order to survive. In some areas, gang territory is not limited to one neighborhood or even one city. Gangs have spread across entire regions, and some of the most notorious gangs in the world, like the Mexican cartels, have expanded their reach to international markets. The cartels, particularly the Sinaloa Cartel and the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, CJNG, control vast portions of Mexico, and their influence extends into the US, Canada, and other countries. Their territory isn't defined by city limits. It's defined by the flow of illegal drugs and the use of terror and violence to maintain control. The expansion of gang territory has led to some of the most brutal and widespread violence in modern history. Cities that were once known for their vibrancy and culture have become overrun by crime, where residents live in constant fear of gang warfare. Neighborhoods have been divided into gang-controlled sectors, with residents forced to choose sides or risk becoming casualties in the ongoing struggle for power. Gang territory has become a battleground, not just for drugs, but for dominance, respect, and survival. But the story of gang territory is not just one of violence and chaos. It is also a story of survival and resistance. In some areas, community members have banded together to fight back against gang control, creating local organizations and initiatives to reclaim their neighborhoods and restore order. These efforts, while difficult and often dangerous, show that there is hope for those who refuse to live under the reign of gang violence. As we continue to explore the evolution of gang culture, we will see how territorial control has shaped not just the streets of major cities, but entire countries. The fight for power, dominance, and control over land has become the driving force behind some of the most violent and disturbing gang stories ever told. For years, the image of gang life has been dominated by men, tough, street-smart, and ruthless. The stories of the most infamous gang leaders, drug lords, and street soldiers are often told through the lens of male violence and aggression. But in the shadows of these gangs, there exists a group that is too often overlooked: women. Female gang members have long played pivotal roles in the underworld, but their contributions, struggles, and stories are rarely told. In this chapter, we'll explore the role of women in gangs, how they break stereotypes, how they navigate the brutal world of organized crime, and the unique challenges they face. When most people think of gang members, they think of the men who run the streets, the soldiers, the kingpins, the enforcers. But over the years, women have increasingly found themselves involved in gang life, often in roles that go unnoticed or underappreciated. While some women join gangs as a way to survive in environments where opportunities are limited, others are born into gang life, their families already entrenched in the criminal world. In either case, the world of gangs offers them a sense of protection, power, and belonging that they may not have found elsewhere. Despite the stereotype that gangs are primarily male-dominated, the reality is that women in gangs often occupy some of the most dangerous and pivotal positions. While they may not always be in the spotlight, women can hold power within the gang's structure, especially in the realms of organization, loyalty enforcement, and drug trafficking. In some cases, they even serve as leaders, running entire operations and making life-or-death decisions for their gang members. But their roles are not without challenges. Women in gangs often have to navigate a world where they are seen as both an asset and a liability. One of the most prominent examples of women in gangs can be found in the notorious Los Angeles gang, the Mara Salvatrucha, or MS-13. Known for their extreme violence and international reach, MS-13 has gained infamy for its brutal tactics, including murder, kidnapping, and drug trafficking. But behind the scenes, women in MS-13 play key roles in the gang's operations. These women are not just passive participants. They are involved in everything from recruiting new members to smuggling drugs and weapons. In many ways, they are just as ruthless as their male counterparts, carrying out orders and showing a level of loyalty to the gang that is unwavering. The role of women in MS-13 is unique because they often face additional pressure and discrimination from within their own ranks. In a world where men typically hold the most power, Women in MS-13 have to prove themselves in ways that men don't. They are expected to be as tough, as ruthless, and as willing to commit violent acts as the men. And in many cases, women in MS-13 have done just that. Female gang members have been known to engage in street-level violence, including shootings and stabbings, as well as more sophisticated criminal activities such as drug trafficking and money laundering. In a sense, their involvement in the gang world is just as dangerous and deadly as that of their male counterparts. But while some women have risen to positions of power within gangs, many more find themselves in the background, performing critical support roles. In the case of female gang members who work as drug couriers or mules, they are often tasked with transporting drugs across borders or between different locations. These women risk their lives by carrying out dangerous missions, but they do so in the shadows, often under the control of male leaders. It's a grueling and dangerous job, but for many women in gangs, it is the only way to survive. The role of women in gang life has also been shaped by cultural and social expectations. In many communities, gang membership is seen as a masculine endeavor, a world where women are either excluded or relegated to secondary roles. However, women in gangs often break these stereotypes by proving themselves as just as capable of engaging in violence and criminal activity as men. They defy the traditional expectations of femininity, becoming a force to be reckoned with in the world of organized crime. But being a woman in the gang world comes with a unique set of challenges. Many female gang members face constant sexual harassment and exploitation, not just from rival gang members, but from their own. In a world where strength is valued above all else, women often find themselves pressured to perform certain tasks or commit violent acts to prove their loyalty to the gang. Their involvement in criminal activity, however, often carries an added layer of stigma, especially if they are viewed as being too soft or feminine. In some cases, women are forced to endure physical and emotional abuse to maintain their standing in the gang. Women in gangs also face the challenge of balancing their gang life with traditional gender expectations. In many cases, female gang members are expected to be caretakers, mothers, or wives, all while continuing to participate in the violent and dangerous activities of the gang. This dual role can be overwhelming, as women must constantly navigate between their identities as gang members and as women who are expected to uphold family and community values. For some women, the gang becomes a way to escape from the traditional confines of gender roles, allowing them to redefine what it means to be a woman in a world that often restricts their freedom. Despite the risks and challenges, many women find power in gang life. For some, it's the only way to assert their identity and gain respect in a world that marginalizes them. In the absence of opportunities, women in gangs carve out their own place in the criminal world, using their skills, intelligence, and ruthlessness to survive and thrive. In many ways, their stories are a testament to the strength and resilience of women who refuse to be silenced or sidelined. But the consequences of gang life are undeniable. The toll that it takes on women is just as devastating as the toll it takes on men. The constant danger, the emotional scars, and the eventual physical toll that comes with a life of crime can leave women broken, disillusioned, and lost. Some may eventually escape, but for many, the cycle of violence and loyalty is too deeply ingrained. The stories of women in gangs are some of the most fascinating and tragic in the world of organized crime. They show how, in the face of adversity, women can rise to positions of power, fight for their place in a male-dominated world, and break free from the traditional stereotypes that define them. But they also reveal the harsh realities of gang life, the exploitation, the abuse, and the brutal cost of survival in a world where loyalty and betrayal are the only things that matter. The world of gangs is often portrayed as a place of violence and bloodshed, where power is earned through force and loyalty is tested through betrayal. But in the shadows of this brutal existence, there exist a select few gangsters who have managed to evade the law and the systems of justice that others can't escape. These untouchables, as they're often called, are criminal masterminds who play the system as much as they play the streets. They manipulate the law, outwit law enforcement, and slip through the cracks, surviving and thriving in a world where most criminals are caught and punished. What sets these untouchables apart from the rest is not just their ability to avoid arrest, but their skill in creating an impenetrable shield of protection around themselves. They operate on a level of sophistication that goes beyond street-level crime. Their criminal enterprises are vast, well-organized, and sometimes so deeply ingrained in society that they seem almost untouchable. One of the most famous untouchables in the history of organized crime is John Gotti, the infamous boss of the Gambino crime family in New York City. Known as the Teflon Don, Gotti earned his nickname because no matter how many times he was indicted or charged with serious crimes, the charges seemed to slide off him, never sticking. Gotti's story is one of sheer audacity, power, and the manipulation of the legal system. For years, he was untouchable, orchestrating murders, extortions, and drug trafficking, while remaining one step ahead of law enforcement. His ability to avoid conviction was a testament to his genius at manipulating the legal system, bribing witnesses and intimidating jurors. But his most remarkable feat was how he managed to outwit the FBI, the police, and the entire justice system for so long. Gotti's rise to power within the Gambino family was marked by a series of bold moves that demonstrated his cunning and ruthlessness. He was responsible for the assassination of Paul Castellano, the former boss of the family, in a plot that was executed with military precision. But what made Gotti different from other gangsters was his ability to stay out of prison. Even though he was involved in numerous high-profile murders, he managed to avoid conviction time and time again. His success in the courtroom became legendary, as he beat the system and became a symbol of gangster power and defiance. However, even the untouchable Gotti couldn't escape the law forever. In 1992, after years of evading conviction, he was finally sentenced to life in prison for multiple charges, including murder, racketeering, and conspiracy. His conviction came thanks to the testimony of his former underboss, Salvatore "Sammy the Bull" Gravano, who had turned state's witness and exposed the inner workings of the Gambino crime family. Despite Gotti's efforts to intimidate witnesses and control the legal process, he was ultimately brought down by the betrayal of one of his closest associates. But Gotti's story doesn't end with his conviction. His legacy as the untouchable gangster lives on in the criminal world. His ability to manipulate the system, his fearlessness, and his defiance of authority continue to inspire gangsters to this day. While Gotti may have been caught, his story remains one of the most fascinating examples of a gangster who, for years, was able to operate above the law. Another example of an untouchable gangster is the infamous drug lord Joaquin El Chapo Guzman, the leader of the Sinaloa cartel. Guzman's reign over the Mexican drug trade was marked by his ability to evade capture, often in the most dramatic ways. He was known for his daring escapes from prison, including a 2015 escape through a tunnel that was dug right under the prison itself. El Chapo's escape was a feat of engineering and a symbol of his influence and power. He had bribed officials, used tunnels, and employed a network of loyalists to help him escape, all while continuing to run one of the most powerful and profitable criminal organizations in the world. Guzman's ability to avoid capture was not just a result of his wealth, but also his deep understanding of the criminal world. He operated with a level of sophistication that few could match, using his resources to outmaneuver law enforcement agencies on both sides of the US-Mexico border. For years, Guzman was considered untouchable, with law enforcement agencies across the globe struggling to bring him to justice. In 2016, after a long manhunt, El Chapo was finally recaptured and extradited to the United States, where he was convicted on charges of drug trafficking, money laundering, and murder. His conviction marked the end of his reign as the kingpin of the Sinaloa cartel, but it also brought to light just how far-reaching his criminal empire was. His untouchability had come to an end, but for years he had operated with impunity, making billions of dollars from the illegal drug trade while living a life of luxury and control. The story of El Chapo is a reminder of the vastness of criminal empires and how some gangsters are able to build systems so sophisticated that they can withstand the full force of law enforcement. While the law eventually caught up with him, Guzman's story will be remembered as one of the greatest tales of an untouchable gangster who managed to evade justice for so long. But the concept of untouchability doesn't just apply to drug lords and mafia bosses. It can also apply to street-level gangsters who have somehow managed to avoid being caught by the police. These gangsters often work in the shadows, operating with a level of secrecy and caution that keeps them just outside the reach of law enforcement. They may not have the resources of a global drug lord, but their ability to stay out of prison is no less impressive. Whether through bribery, intimidation, or sheer luck, these untouchables are a testament to the resilience and cunning of criminals who refuse to be caught. What makes these untouchables so difficult to bring down is not just their ability to evade capture, but their ability to manipulate the systems of justice. They know the law, they understand how to exploit its flaws, and they use their knowledge to stay one step ahead of law enforcement. They play the game of crime on their own terms, and in many cases, they do it with impunity. But even the untouchables are not invincible. Time and time again, we see that the law has a way of catching up with even the most elusive criminals. While these gangsters may enjoy periods of freedom, their ultimate downfall is often the result of their own hubris, betrayal, or the relentless pursuit of justice by law enforcement. The untouchable may rule the streets for a time, but their reign is always destined to end. As we continue to explore the world of gangs and organized crime, we will see how some of the most powerful gangsters in history managed to evade the law for so long. Their stories are not just tales of criminal success, they are cautionary tales of how, in the end, even the most untouchable criminals are never truly invincible. In the violent, shadowy world of gangs, there exists a select few individuals who risk their lives to infiltrate the criminal underworld, undercover cops. These officers are the unseen warriors in the war against organized crime, operating in the most dangerous environments imaginable, all while pretending to be part of the very criminal organizations they are working to dismantle. They don't just investigate gangs. They live and breathe their dangerous, treacherous world. The line between reality and their false identity often blurs, and many are left scarred by the experience. For an undercover cop, the mission is clear: to gather evidence, infiltrate gang operations, and bring down criminal empires from within. But the cost of such a job is high, and the personal toll can be devastating. Going undercover isn't just about getting close to the gang members. It's about convincing them that you belong. It's about earning their trust, integrating yourself into their world, and becoming one of them. For a cop, this means adopting a new identity, new clothes, new behaviors, new speech, and often new moral compromises. To survive in this world, undercover cops must become someone else entirely, and the longer they remain in their roles, the more challenging it becomes to separate the fake persona from their true selves. Take, for example, the story of Joe Pistone, the real-life FBI agent who spent 6 years undercover infiltrating the mafia as Donnie Brasco. Pistone's story is one of the most famous and most chilling examples of undercover work in the history of law enforcement. In the late 1970s, Pistone was assigned to infiltrate the notorious Bonanno crime family in New York. Over the course of his 6-year undercover operation, Pistone became deeply involved in the mafia, gaining the trust of its members and rising within their ranks. He attended meetings, participated in illegal activities, and learned the inner workings of one of the most dangerous criminal organizations in America. The stress of being undercover for so long took a significant toll on Pistone's mental health. He constantly lived with the fear of being exposed, knowing that if his cover was blown, he would be killed without hesitation. The constant tension, the need to stay in character, and the pressure to deliver information to his superiors was overwhelming. At times, Pistone found himself questioning his own identity. The man he had become, Donnie Brasco, was no longer just a cover. It was a mask he had worn for so long that it was hard to tell where the real Joe Pistone ended and the fictional Donnie Brasco began. Pistone's operation ultimately led to the conviction of over 100 mafia members, including several high-ranking leaders, but it wasn't without its sacrifices. Pistone was forced to abandon his family and live in hiding for years. His wife and children were kept in the dark about the true nature of his work, and their lives were also upended by the constant danger he faced. The emotional toll of the operation was immense, as Pistone struggled with the isolation, deception, and violence that came with being undercover. Even after the operation ended, Pistone's life was never the same. He couldn't just return to normal life after spending so many years living a lie. Pistone's story is not an isolated one. Many undercover cops have found themselves living in similar situations, unable to escape the mental and emotional baggage that comes with infiltrating dangerous gangs. The longer they stay undercover, the harder it becomes to separate their role from their true self. Some experience severe psychological distress, including PTSD, as they relive the violence and trauma they witnessed while undercover. In many cases, they struggle to reconnect with their families and loved ones, as they have spent so long living in a world of deception and distrust. But while undercover cops face unimaginable challenges, their role in taking down gangs is invaluable. These officers provide law enforcement agencies with critical intelligence, often obtaining evidence that would otherwise be impossible to acquire. By infiltrating gangs, they can gather information on drug trafficking routes, weapons sales, extortion schemes, and even murder plots. Their work makes it possible for law enforcement to build cases from the inside out, leading to arrests and convictions that dismantle criminal organizations piece by piece. The risks of going undercover are not just limited to the emotional toll they take. The danger is real, and many undercover officers have paid the ultimate price. In the late 1990s, the FBI's Operation Family Secrets targeted the Chicago outfit, one of the most powerful mafia families in the United States. In this case, an undercover agent named Johnny Iannuzzi infiltrated the outfit, gathering critical intelligence over several years. However, Iannuzzi's success was marred by the brutal reality of undercover work. He was exposed during an operation, and although he managed to escape with his life, he was forever marked by the experience. His story is just one of many that illustrate the dangers faced by law enforcement when taking on gangsters who will stop at nothing to protect their criminal empires. Despite the dangers, undercover work is often seen as the most effective way to infiltrate and dismantle gangs. There's something uniquely powerful about exposing the inner workings of a gang from within. When a gang member is arrested, it's often just the tip of the iceberg. But when law enforcement infiltrates a gang, it's like cutting the head off a snake. The damage done is extensive, and the gang's ability to operate in the shadows is severely weakened. Undercover agents provide law enforcement with the tools they need to disrupt gang operations, break up drug rings, and bring dangerous criminals to justice. However, the ethical dilemmas surrounding undercover work cannot be ignored. For many cops, the line between right and wrong becomes increasingly blurred as they become more deeply involved in the world of organized crime. Undercover officers often have to make moral compromises in order to gain the trust of gang members, sometimes engaging in illegal activities themselves or ignoring criminal behavior in order to avoid raising suspicion. This raises important questions about the integrity of the system and the price that must be paid to catch criminals. The personal cost of being an undercover cop is often greater than most people realize. The toll it takes on an individual's mental health, relationships, and sense of identity is immense. Many officers who go undercover never fully recover from the trauma they've endured. But despite these challenges, undercover cops continue to risk it all, doing whatever it takes to bring gang members to justice and protect the communities they serve. Their stories are not just about courage and sacrifice. They are about the personal cost of fighting crime on the front lines in a world where loyalty and betrayal are constantly in play. In the world of gangs, tattoos are more than just body art. They're a symbol of loyalty, identity, and membership. For many, these tattoos represent a bond that is stronger than blood, a visual reminder of the commitment they've made to their gang and the dangerous life they've chosen. But behind the ink lies a darker truth. Gang tattoos are not just markings of pride, they are marks of ownership, control, and a constant reminder of the price that must be paid to maintain loyalty to the gang. These tattoos carry with them the weight of violence, crime, and, for many, a future that offers no escape. Tattoos have long been a part of gang culture, but their significance goes beyond mere decoration. For gang members, a tattoo is a rite of passage, an irreversible decision that marks their place in the organization. The process of getting a tattoo is often a ritual in itself, a way of proving one's loyalty and commitment to the gang. In many cases, tattoos are earned through violent initiation rituals, where new recruits must prove themselves by committing a crime or carrying out a violent act for the gang. The tattoo that follows this initiation becomes a permanent reminder of their bond to the gang, a bond that is not easily broken. One of the most iconic tattoos in gang culture is the teardrop tattoo, often seen on the faces of gang members. This tattoo is usually associated with a murder representing the life that has been taken and the price of loyalty. For many, the teardrop symbolizes the blood that has been spilled in the name of the gang, and it serves as both a badge of honor and a warning to others. A teardrop tattoo may signify that a gang member has killed someone in the name of their gang, and it's a symbol of the extreme lengths they are willing to go to in order to prove their loyalty. For others, the teardrop represents the loss of a fellow gang member or a loved one, a permanent tribute to someone who has been lost in the gang wars. In the world of the Bloods and Crips, two of the most notorious street gangs in the United States, Tattoos carry specific meanings that distinguish one gang from the other. The Bloods, for example, often get tattoos of a red five-pointed star, while the Crips typically sport tattoos of a blue sea or other symbols that represent their gang. These tattoos are worn proudly, signifying a sense of identity and allegiance to the group. The tattoos are not just about marking one's body. They are about marking one's place in a dangerous and unforgiving world. To wear a gang tattoo is to carry the weight of the gang's reputation, its enemies, and its crimes on your shoulders. But tattoos aren't limited to just the iconic symbols associated with major gangs. Many gang members have tattoos that reflect the specific nature of their criminal activities. For example, a tattoo of a pistol or a skull may represent a gang member's role as a soldier or enforcer within the organization. A tattoo of a dollar sign may symbolize involvement in drug trafficking or money laundering. These tattoos act as both a personal badge and a professional one, signifying the person's role within the gang's hierarchy. They are a form of identification that tells a story, and for many gang members, that story is one that is written in blood. For women in gangs, tattoos are equally important, though their meaning can be more complex. In a world where women are often seen as secondary members of the gang, tattoos can be a way for them to assert their own power and loyalty. Women may get tattoos to show that they are just as committed to the gang as the men, and in some cases, their tattoos may even represent the roles they play within the gang, such as drug couriers or recruiters. However, for women, gang tattoos also carry the added burden of sexual objectification. Many women in gangs are forced into roles that go beyond their loyalty to the organization, often being used as tools to manipulate and control men. A tattoo for a woman in a gang can symbolize not only loyalty, but also submission to a system that sees her as an asset rather than an equal. One of the darker aspects of gang tattoos is the way they are often used as tools of control. For gang leaders, tattoos are a way to mark their territory and assert dominance. A gang member's tattoo can be a literal mark of ownership, an indication that the individual belongs to the gang and that their loyalty cannot be questioned. In some cases, tattoos are used to punish those who have violated the gang's code. A member who betrays the gang may be forced to undergo a tattooing ritual where their existing tattoos are altered or defaced, marking them as traitors and stripping away their former identity. In other cases, gang members who have shown disloyalty are marked with tattoos that signify their punishment, a permanent reminder of their failure to uphold the gang's code. The permanence of gang tattoos is what makes them so significant. Unlike other forms of body modification, tattoos cannot be easily removed. They are a lifelong commitment, and for many gang members, they are a constant reminder of the life they've chosen. While some may later attempt to escape gang life and remove their tattoos, the process is painful, expensive, and rarely completely successful. A gang tattoo can be a prison in itself, a physical representation of the world from which there is often no escape. The consequences of getting a gang tattoo are profound. For one, they mark a person for life, making it impossible for them to completely leave their past behind. Former gang members who attempt to reintegrate into society are often met with judgment and suspicion because of the tattoos that adorn their bodies. These tattoos, once symbols of pride and power, can quickly become symbols of shame and regret. For some, the decision to get a gang tattoo is one that they live to regret, but by then, it's too late. The ink is permanent, and so are the memories of the crimes, violence, and betrayal that come with it. Gang tattoos also have a significant impact on law enforcement. Police and investigators use tattoos to identify gang members, track their movements, and gather intelligence. Certain tattoos, such as the teardrop or the five-pointed star, are used by officers to quickly determine which gang a person is affiliated with and what kind of criminal activities they may be involved in. Tattoos can be both a tool of identity and a weapon in the war between law enforcement and gangs, as they serve as a visible reminder of the ongoing struggle for control. In the end, gang tattoos are more than just ink on skin. They are the permanent marks of a dangerous world. They represent the price of loyalty, the cost of survival, and the consequences of living in the shadows of violence and crime. For many gang members, these tattoos are a symbol of pride and power, but for others, they are a constant reminder of the life they wish they could escape. The ink may fade with time, but the memories, the scars, and the consequences last forever. There's a tragic truth that lies at the heart of gang culture. It's not just the adults who are consumed by violence and crime, but often the children too. For many young people, growing up in a gang-controlled environment is not a choice, but a way of life. Born into families that are either directly involved in gangs or live in neighborhoods controlled by them, these children are exposed to violence, crime, and death from an age when they should be learning how to ride a bike or play with friends. Instead, they're learning how to survive in a world where their safety, their future, and sometimes even their very lives are at risk. From the moment they are born, children raised in gang-infested neighborhoods are thrust into a world of fear and danger. For many, their first experiences with crime come at an early age. They see their parents and older siblings involved in drug trafficking, robbery, and other illegal activities. They hear gunshots echoing in the streets outside and the sounds of sirens that signal another life lost. These children learn that violence is normal and that survival is often a matter of being tougher and more ruthless than the next person. For them, this is the reality of life, a harsh, unforgiving world where danger lurks at every corner. The impact of growing up in such an environment is devastating. Children in gangs are not only exposed to violence, they are also exposed to a lack of opportunity. Schools in gang-controlled neighborhoods are often underfunded, overcrowded, and dangerous. For many children, education becomes secondary to survival. Gangs recruit young people because they know that children are easier to manipulate and control. They prey on their vulnerability, offering them the promise of protection, belonging, and power. In exchange, these children are expected to carry out criminal acts, from stealing to carrying drugs to committing acts of violence. The recruitment process begins early. Gangs often use children as messengers, lookouts, or even drug mules. They encourage them to commit petty crimes as a way to prove their loyalty to the gang, and once they're in, it's hard to leave. The bond of loyalty that gang members share is one that is instilled from a young age. A child who grows up surrounded by gang influence is taught that the gang is their family, and loyalty to the gang is paramount. Leaving the gang is not just a betrayal, it's a death sentence. But children don't just serve as pawns in the gang's operations, they are often forced to participate in violent acts themselves. It's not uncommon for young gang members to commit robberies, assaults, or even murders. The idea of loyalty to the gang means that they must prove themselves, and for many, that means spilling blood. The brutality of gang life hardens them, turning them into killers at an age when they should still be learning about friendship and trust. They are taught that strength comes from fear and power comes from control, and they learn to thrive in a world where morality and compassion have no place. This environment leads to a cycle of trauma that is passed down from generation to generation. A child who witnesses or participates in violence grows up with deep psychological scars. They become desensitized to death and destruction, and they begin to believe that this is the only way of life. For many of these children, there is no escape, no way to imagine a future outside of the gang world. They grow up thinking that the streets are the only place where they can find respect, power, and protection. They carry the weight of their decisions and actions for the rest of their lives. Yet, for all the violence and brutality, there are moments of vulnerability in these children. They long for a sense of belonging and purpose, which gangs offer them. They yearn for love and acceptance, and for many, the gang becomes the closest thing they have to a family. In a world where they're often ignored or mistreated by society, the gang becomes their protector. They are taught that family comes first, and the gang is their family. But this sense of belonging comes at a heavy cost. It's a cost that includes violence, betrayal, and a future marred by crime and punishment. One of the saddest realities is that many of these children don't know any better. They don't see the world outside of their gang, and they don't understand that there is a way to live without fear. They have no concept of a future beyond the streets. The gang provides them with a sense of identity and a way to survive, but it also locks them into a cycle of violence that's hard to break. The choices they make are often born from necessity, not desire. For many, joining the gang is a survival tactic. It's the only option available to them in a world that has abandoned them. As these children grow older, their path is often set. They become more deeply entrenched in gang life, rising through the ranks, carrying out more dangerous activities, and building the very empires that their families have relied on for survival. But for many, the end is inevitable. The streets don't care about loyalty or love, they only care about survival. And in the world of gangs, survival is the ultimate goal, no matter the cost. The consequences of this cycle are dire. The streets become a prison, and the gang becomes the warden. Even when they try to escape, many former gang members are dragged back in, either by the pull of loyalty or the threat of violence. The damage done to these children, both mentally and emotionally, is irreversible in many cases. Their lives are shaped by the streets they grew up on, and breaking free from that life is a monumental challenge. But there is hope for some. Community organizations, mentorship programs, and efforts from former gang members who have turned their lives around offer a glimmer of hope for these children. For the first time, they see that there is a way out. But for every success story, there are countless others who are consumed by the violence of the streets. For many, the gang life is the only life they've ever known, and leaving it behind requires more strength than most can muster. The lives of children in gangs are heartbreaking. They are the hidden victims of a system that has failed them, a world where violence is normal and survival is a constant struggle. They grow up faster than they should, and they lose their innocence long before they should have to. Their stories are not just about crime, they are about the loss of childhood, the theft of opportunity, and the sacrifice of a future that was never given a chance. When you think of Brazil, images of vibrant carnivals, samba music, and sun-kissed beaches often come to mind. But beyond the postcard-perfect views, there's a darker side to Brazil's cities, especially Rio de Janeiro. The streets of Rio, a city known for its beauty, are also the battlegrounds for some of the most violent and deadly gang wars in the world. The violence in these neighborhoods is not just about turf wars, it's about control, power, and the ruthless pursuit of survival. Gang wars in Rio are not just a fight for dominance over neighborhoods, they are a fight for the future of the city itself. The roots of gang violence in Rio de Janeiro trace back to the 1980s, when drug trafficking began to explode in Brazil. Rio's favelas, the sprawling slums where poverty and crime have taken hold for decades, became breeding grounds for drug cartels and street gangs. These neighborhoods, often isolated from the rest of the city, were ripe for exploitation by powerful criminal organizations. The gangs began as small local groups, but as the demand for cocaine and crack cocaine soared, so did the size and scope of these organizations. They established tight control over entire favelas, and their influence began to stretch beyond the favelas themselves, reaching the high society of Rio and even spreading to other parts of Brazil. One of the most powerful and dangerous gangs in Rio is the Comando Vermelho, Red Command, which originated in the late 1970s in Rio's prisons. What began as a loose group of inmates looking to protect themselves from rival gangs in prison soon evolved into a violent and highly organized criminal enterprise. The Comando Vermelho's influence spread to the streets, and by the 1980s they were deeply involved in the drug trade, trafficking cocaine and crack throughout Rio and beyond. Their reach extended into the favelas, where they would engage in brutal turf wars with rival gangs like the Terceiro Comando Puro, TCP, and the Amigos dos Amigos, ADA. These rivalries led to a bloody and ongoing conflict that has raged for decades. What makes the gang wars in Rio so particularly devastating is the environment in which they take place. The favelas are dense, impoverished areas where residents often have little to no access to basic services such as healthcare, education, or employment opportunities. For many, joining a gang becomes a way to survive in a world that has abandoned them. The gangs offer not only protection, but also money, power, and a sense of belonging. Young men and women with few other options are drawn into the violent world of drugs and crime, often at an early age. By the time they're teenagers, they're already deeply involved in the criminal underworld, recruited by gangs as lookouts, couriers, or even enforcers. The streets of Rio are notorious for their constant gang wars. Entire neighborhoods are controlled by rival factions, and it's not uncommon to see open gun battles between gangs in the streets. Drive-by shootings, street corner executions, and assaults are daily occurrences in these neighborhoods. These gang wars spill over into the rest of the city, creating an environment of constant fear and instability. Innocent civilians, caught in the crossfire, are often killed or injured, and the police force, already overwhelmed and under-resourced, struggles to control the violence. In many areas, the police are seen as just another gang to be feared, with corruption and collusion between law enforcement and criminal organizations further complicating the situation. One of the most chilling aspects of gang wars in Rio is the use of violence to enforce power. The gangs use terror as a tool, not just against their rivals, but also against the very people they claim to protect. They intimidate, extort, and control the local population through fear. The favelas are effectively held hostage by the gangs, with residents forced to live under their rule. Those who resist or refuse to pay the gang's taxes face violent repercussions, including death. For many, life in the favelas is a constant struggle against both the gangs and the police, who are often seen as corrupt and hostile. The gangs' dominance in these neighborhoods is so absolute that they have become a parallel government, controlling everything from basic services to local businesses. In some cases, gangs have even established their own informal courts, meting out their own form of justice to those who violate the gang's rules. This unchecked power has created a society within a society where gang leaders are treated like kings, and their word is law. The idea of escaping this life is nearly impossible for those who are born into it, as the gangs have a firm grip on the very structure of life in the favelas. The violence in Rio's streets has claimed thousands of lives over the years, and the toll it has taken on the city is profound. What was once a thriving community is now marked by the scars of war. Young people, many of whom were born into this violent environment, have few prospects for the future. They are trapped in a cycle of poverty, crime, and violence that seems impossible to break. Many are recruited into the gangs at an early age, and by the time they're old enough to understand the consequences, they've already become part of the criminal enterprise. The government has made efforts to curb gang violence in Rio, but the gangs remain a powerful force. Operation Pacification, launched in 2008, was designed to reclaim control of the favelas from the gangs and restore order to the streets. While the operation was successful in some areas, it did little to address the root causes of gang violence, such as poverty, lack of opportunity, and corruption. The pacification efforts were often met with resistance from both the gangs and the local population, who saw them as a temporary solution to a much deeper problem. The gangs, meanwhile, have only adapted, finding new ways to smuggle drugs, recruit new members, and expand their operations. The legacy of Rio's gang wars is one of destruction and hopelessness. For the residents of the favelas, the daily reality is a constant battle for survival. They live in a world where violence is the norm and where escape from the gang's grasp seems impossible. Yet, despite the constant threat of death and violence, many residents continue to resist, fighting back against the gangs through grassroots community initiatives, local activism, and efforts to rebuild their neighborhoods from the inside out. In the face of overwhelming odds, they strive to create a future free from the chains of gang violence, and a city that one day will be free from the bloodshed that has defined it for so long. Los Angeles, the city of dreams and the center of the entertainment industry, is also home to one of the most violent and infamous gang rivalries in the world: the battle between the Bloods and the Crips. These two street gangs, whose violence has terrorized neighborhoods for decades, have not only shaped the city's criminal landscape, but have also left a permanent mark on American culture. From the streets of south-central LA to the suburbs, the Bloods and Crips have influenced everything from the music industry to fashion, creating an unshakable cultural phenomenon that still reverberates today. The origins of the Bloods and Crips can be traced back to the 1960s and 1970s, when the streets of Los Angeles were plagued by racial tension, poverty, and a lack of opportunity. The city's African-American neighborhoods, particularly those in South LA, were some of the most underserved in the country. Faced with unemployment, poor schools, and harsh treatment from the police, many young men began to form groups as a way to protect themselves and gain respect in an otherwise hostile environment. The Crips were the first to emerge, founded in 1969 by Raymond Washington and Stan Tookie Williams. Originally formed as a way to protect their neighborhoods, the Crips quickly evolved into a criminal organization that sought to dominate the streets of Los Angeles. The gang's early identity was centered around unity and strength, with Washington and Williams believing that the gang would provide a sense of security and power to those living in poverty. However, as the gang grew, so did its involvement in violent crime, drug trafficking, and organized rackets. By the 1970s, the Crips had spread throughout Los Angeles, becoming one of the most feared and powerful street gangs in the country. The rise of the Crips was met with resistance from smaller rival gangs, one of which was the Bloods. The Bloods were formed in response to the Crips' growing dominance, with the primary goal of protecting their neighborhoods from the Crips' aggression. Over time, the Bloods organized themselves into a more structured gang, establishing their own set of rules, symbols, and codes of conduct. The rivalry between the Bloods and Crips became more than just a territorial dispute. It became a war for supremacy in Los Angeles streets. By the early 1980s, the violence between the two gangs had escalated to an unprecedented level, with shootings, stabbings, and drive-by murders becoming common occurrences. The violent conflict between the Bloods and Crips has claimed thousands of lives, with both gangs engaged in a brutal cycle of retaliation. A member of one gang is killed, and the other gang responds in kind, leading to further violence and an ever-growing death toll. The fear and hatred that drive this rivalry are rooted in the concept of territoriality. Each gang controls its own turf, and any infringement on that turf is met with deadly force. This rivalry is not just about money or power, it's about pride, respect, and control over the streets. But the influence of the Bloods and Crips extends far beyond just gang violence. The war between these two groups has shaped the culture of Los Angeles in ways that are still evident today. The rivalry has been glorified in music, particularly in the rap and hip-hop scenes. Artists like Tupac Shakur and the notorious B.I.G. both touched on the gang culture in their music, making the Bloods and Crips iconic symbols of urban struggle. Rap lyrics about gang life, shootings, and turf wars have resonated with millions of listeners, creating a cultural phenomenon that glorifies the violence that gangs perpetuate. The impact of the Bloods and Crips on fashion is also undeniable. The gang's colours, red for the Bloods and blue for the Crips, became iconic symbols that transcended the streets. These colours were adopted by hip-hop artists, athletes, and even fashion designers, turning gang-related apparel into a fashion statement. Bandanas, hats, jackets, and sneakers in the signature colours became popular, even among those who had no direct affiliation with the gangs. The symbolism behind these colours, once tied to violence and rivalry, was repurposed into a trendy and popular cultural trend, often without recognition of the bloodshed they represented. The influence of the Bloods and Crips has also been seen in the entertainment industry. Hollywood films, TV shows, and documentaries have long focused on gang culture, often romanticizing or sensationalizing the violence between the two gangs. Movies like Boys N the Hood and Menace II Society brought gang life into the mainstream, showing audiences the raw and brutal reality of life on the streets of Los Angeles. While these films are often seen as critiques of systemic inequality and the harsh realities of inner-city life, they also helped solidify the image of the Bloods and Crips as larger-than-life entities with their own code, rituals, and culture. Despite their cultural significance, the Bloods and Crips continue to leave a devastating impact on the city of Los Angeles. Neighborhoods that have been controlled by these gangs are still grappling with the legacy of violence and fear. While both gangs have tried to reach some form of peace through ceasefires and efforts to reduce violence, the war between them is far from over. Rivalries have shifted over time, and new factions and alliances have emerged, but the core issue remains the same: a fight for control, respect, and survival in a city that has been deeply scarred by gang warfare. The reach of the Bloods and Crips has expanded beyond Los Angeles. Their influence can be found in cities across the United States and around the world. New generations of young people have become involved in the gang culture, either through recruitment or by growing up in neighborhoods controlled by the gangs. In many ways, the legacy of the Bloods and Crips has been passed down, with young men and women inheriting the gang culture as part of their identity. For them, joining a gang is often seen as a way of life, a way to gain respect, protection, and a sense of belonging in a world where those things are scarce. But there is hope for those who want to escape the gang life. Community organizations, ex-gang members, and law enforcement have worked together to provide alternatives for those trapped in gang culture. Programs that offer mentorship, education, and job opportunities are making a difference, helping young people break free from the cycle of violence and find a better path. However, the challenges remain formidable, and for many, the lure of the gang life is too strong to resist. The Bloods and Crips may have influenced the culture of Los Angeles, but their legacy of violence continues to affect generations of young people who are caught in the web of gang life. In the cutthroat world of organized crime, survival is often a game of high stakes. The rules are unforgiving, and those who enter this world, whether by choice or circumstance, must constantly navigate a deadly maze of rivalries, betrayals, and the ever-present threat of death. Gangsters who rise to power often do so through violence, cunning, and sheer will, but maintaining that power is another challenge altogether. The life of a gangster is one of constant risk, and for those who make it to the top, the fear of losing everything is always lurking in the background. This chapter explores the lives of those gangsters who have reached the pinnacle of criminal power and their desperate, high-stakes attempts to hold on to it. One of the most harrowing aspects of gangster life is the constant danger of betrayal. In the world of organized crime, loyalty is everything, but it is also the most fragile of things. Gangsters who climb to the top of their organizations often do so by navigating a web of alliances, keeping their enemies close and their friends even closer. But in the world of crime, there is always someone waiting for an opportunity to take you down. Every gangster, no matter how powerful, has to constantly look over their shoulder because a rival gang member, a trusted lieutenant, or even a family member could be plotting their demise. Take, for example, the case of the infamous gangster, Henry Hill, whose life was chronicled in the movie Goodfellas. Hill's rise through the ranks of the Lucchese crime family was marked by a series of daring moves and calculated risks. He was a small-time hustler who eventually worked his way up to become a trusted associate of the mob, participating in major heists and criminal enterprises. But as Hill's power and influence grew, so did the threat of betrayal. The closer Hill got to the top, the more dangerous the game became. Eventually, Hill became entangled in a plot to steal millions of dollars from a Lufthansa airport heist. The heist was a success, but it set off a chain of events that would ultimately lead to Hill's downfall. Hill's eventual betrayal of the mob was a desperate move to save his own life. When the heads of the Lucchese family began to turn on him, Hill chose to cooperate with the FBI, testifying against his former associates in exchange for witness protection. His decision to flip on the mob was a survival tactic, a way to escape the deadly consequences of being a marked man in the underworld. But even after he entered the witness protection program, Hill's life was never the same. He lived in constant fear, knowing that the mafia would never forgive him for betraying the family. The fear of retribution from the very people he once called family would haunt him for the rest of his life. Hill's story is far from unique. Many gangsters, especially those who reach the top of their organizations, face a constant struggle to maintain their power and survival. Once a gangster is considered too powerful, too influential, or simply too much of a threat, the danger of being targeted for elimination becomes all too real. The threat of being betrayed by a trusted associate or rival gang is always there, and it can come at the most unexpected moments. Consider the story of the notorious mafia boss, Paul Castellano, who was the head of the Gambino crime family in New York. Castellano was known for his cold, calculating demeanor and his ability to amass power and wealth through both legal and illegal means. But Castellano's reign at the top was marked by tension within his own family. His nephew, John Gotti, grew frustrated with Castellano's leadership and began to see him as a hindrance to his own rise to power. Castellano's reluctance to involve himself in the day-to-day operations of the family, combined with his lavish lifestyle and disregard for traditional mafia customs, made him a target. In 1985, Gotti orchestrated Castellano's murder, along with the murders of several other of Castellano's allies, in a calculated move to take control of the Gambino family. The assassination was carried out with military precision, and it marked the beginning of Gotti's reign as the new boss of the family. But Gotti's triumph would not last. Despite his success in eliminating Castellano and taking over the family, Gotti soon found himself facing the same threats that he had once posed to others. Betrayal, in the world of the mafia, is often a one-way street, but it can also come from those closest to you. Gotti's eventual conviction and imprisonment in 1992 came as a result of the testimony of Salvatore "Sammy the Bull" Gravano, his former underboss. Gravano, who had been Gotti's trusted ally for years, betrayed him in a bid to save himself. Gravano's testimony was instrumental in bringing down Gotti's criminal empire, and it served as a powerful reminder of the precarious nature of loyalty in the world of organized crime. No matter how much power or influence a gangster has, they are always vulnerable to the treacherous hands of betrayal. The final, most desperate stand that any gangster faces is the battle to survive in prison. For many top-tier criminals, prison is not a place of rest. It's just another battlefield. Gangsters who once held power on the streets must now fight to maintain their status behind bars. They must navigate the complex and often dangerous social dynamics of prison, where alliances are constantly shifting and violence is always just around the corner. The strongest and most influential gangsters in the world often find themselves reduced to nothing in the cold, unforgiving world of prison, where respect is earned through intimidation and the constant threat of violence. One of the most infamous cases of this struggle for survival can be seen in the story of the notorious Mexican drug lord Joaquin El Chapo Guzman. After his capture in 2016, Guzman was incarcerated in one of the highest security prisons in Mexico. But even behind bars, Guzman continued to wield power. He orchestrated multiple escape attempts, including his dramatic 2015 escape through a tunnel that had been constructed specifically for him. But no matter how many times Guzman escaped, he could never escape the fact that he was a wanted man, both inside and outside of prison. Guzman's struggles in prison highlight the vulnerability of even the most powerful gangsters. Despite his cunning and resources, he was eventually captured again and extradited to the United States, where he was convicted on multiple charges, including drug trafficking and money laundering. Guzman's story is a stark reminder of the high stakes that gangsters face, even when they are at the peak of their power. They live with the constant fear of being betrayed, arrested, or killed. And even those who manage to survive the streets must eventually face the reality that survival in the underworld comes with a price, and that price is often paid in blood. The stories of gangsters fighting to survive, to hold on to their power, and to navigate the deadly world they inhabit are a sobering reminder of the risks that come with a life of crime. The gangsters who manage to rise to the top often find themselves at the mercy of those around them, and their ultimate downfall is usually the result of a betrayal or a misstep in their high-stakes game of survival. In the world of organized crime, there are no winners, only those who survive for a time, and those who are left behind. While the United States is often considered the birthplace of modern street gangs, the United Kingdom has its own history of gang violence and criminal enterprises. From the streets of London to the alleys of Liverpool, gangs have long been a part of British society. However, the UK's gang culture has taken on a distinct form, shaped by the country's unique social and economic history, its colonial past, and the changing dynamics of the modern world. In this chapter, we'll explore how gangs in the UK have evolved, from their early days as street hooligans to powerful criminal organisations involved in drug trafficking, human trafficking, and organised violence. In the 1950s and 1960s, British gangs were primarily small groups of young men who banded together for protection and social status. They were often formed in response to the rising levels of social unrest and economic hardship in the country, particularly in the working-class areas of major cities like London, Birmingham, and Liverpool. These early gangs were often associated with violence and hooliganism, and their activities were largely focused on street fights, theft, and petty crime. However, as the country's economy shifted and drug use became more prevalent, these gangs began to evolve into more organized and dangerous criminal entities. The rise of the notorious Teddy Boys in the 1950s is one of the earliest examples of British street gangs. The Teddy Boys were a youth subculture that combined elements of rebelliousness with a sense of pride in their working-class roots. Dressed in flamboyant suits and greased hair, the Teddy Boys were known for their violent confrontations with rival gangs and their general disdain for authority. Their reign, however, was short-lived, as new gangs soon emerged that took gang violence to a more organised and profitable level. One of the most infamous gangs to emerge in the UK was the Krays, twin brothers Ronnie and Reggie Kray, who dominated the London criminal scene in the 1950s and 1960s. The Kray brothers' story is one of ambition, violence, and control. They built their criminal empire by taking control of local pubs, nightclubs, and businesses, using extortion and violence to maintain their power. The Krays weren't just street-level thugs. They were involved in organised crime, including money laundering, armed robbery, and murder. Their ability to infiltrate high society and mix with celebrities and politicians made them notorious figures, and their criminal activities became a symbol of the dark side of London's post-war growth. But the Krays were not the only gangsters to make a name for themselves in the UK. Other criminal organisations, like the Richardsons in South London and the Adams family in North London, built their own criminal empires, often engaging in similar activities like extortion, gambling, and violent intimidation. These gangs often fought for control over territory, particularly in the lucrative world of drug trafficking. As the demand for illicit drugs increased in the 1980s and 1990s, gangs in the UK began to expand their operations beyond street-level crime and into the global drug trade. One of the most significant developments in UK gang culture came with the rise of postcode gangs in the 1990s and 2000s. These gangs were typically organised around specific neighbourhoods or postcodes, and their rivalries were fuelled by territorial disputes. The rise of postcode gangs marked a new phase in British gang culture, one that was more fragmented and localised. These gangs were often involved in the sale and distribution of drugs, particularly heroin, crack cocaine and cannabis, and they used violence to enforce their control over their neighbourhoods. In cities like London, Birmingham and Manchester, postcode gangs fought for control over drug markets, using drive-by shootings, stabbings and other forms of violence to maintain dominance. The rise of these gangs was fueled by a number of factors, including poverty, lack of educational opportunities, and the breakdown of traditional family structures. Many young people, especially in deprived areas, turned to gang life as a way to survive in a world where opportunities were scarce. For these young men and women, joining a gang was often seen as the only way to gain power, respect, and a sense of belonging. The violence between postcode gangs has been some of the most brutal and destructive in the UK. In many cases, the gang members have little regard for the safety of innocent bystanders, and entire communities have been caught in the crossfire of gang wars. In London, the notorious Summer of Violence in 2008 saw a dramatic increase in knife crime, with many of the victims being young people caught up in gang violence. The rise of youth violence in the UK has been a disturbing trend, with many of the victims being teenagers who were either actively involved in gangs or targeted by rival groups. But it's not just London that has been affected by gang violence. Cities like Liverpool, Manchester, and Birmingham have also seen the rise of powerful criminal gangs. Liverpool, in particular, has become a hotbed for gang activity, with several notorious criminal groups, such as the Kano Gang, making a name for themselves. The Kano Gang is known for its violent tactics, particularly in the area of drug trafficking. Like other UK gangs, the Kano Gang has been involved in turf wars and violent reprisals, contributing to the rise in violent crime in Liverpool. In Birmingham, the Birmingham Boys Gang has been one of the most infamous criminal organisations in the city's history. Known for their involvement in drugs, extortion, and other forms of organised crime, the Birmingham Boys have left a trail of violence in their wake. Like their counterparts in London and other cities, the Birmingham Boys have been involved in brutal turf wars with rival gangs, often resorting to extreme measures to eliminate their competition. While the UK government has made efforts to curb gang violence, the problem remains deeply entrenched in the social fabric of many communities. The police have made high-profile arrests and conducted operations to dismantle gang networks, but the root causes of gang culture, poverty, lack of opportunity, and social exclusion remain largely unaddressed. As a result, gang violence continues to affect communities across the UK, leaving a legacy of fear, death, and trauma that is difficult to overcome. One of the most tragic aspects of gang violence in the UK is the involvement of young people. Many of the people who join gangs are teenagers who are looking for a sense of belonging and identity. The gangs offer protection, money, and respect, things that many young people feel are out of reach in their everyday lives. But the price for this protection is steep. Gangs demand loyalty, and loyalty often comes at the cost of a young person's freedom, safety, and future. Many young gang members find themselves caught in a cycle of violence that is hard to escape, and for many, the end result is either death or a lifetime in prison. Despite the bleak reality of gang life in the UK, there are efforts to address the issue and offer alternatives to young people who are caught in the cycle of violence. Programs like the Knife Crime Prevention Programme in London and Gangs and Violence Intervention in Birmingham aim to give young people the tools and support they need to break free from gang life and create a better future. These programs focus on education, mentorship, and community engagement, offering young people a path out of the violent world of gangs. While the fight against gang violence in the UK is far from over, these programs represent a glimmer of hope for those who want to leave the criminal world behind. But for many, the journey to escape is long and difficult, and the scars of gang life will never fully heal. The MS-13, or Mara Salvatrucha, is one of the most feared and violent gangs in the world, infamous for its brutality, its international reach, and its terrifying reputation. Originating in the neighborhoods of Los Angeles in the early 1980s, the gang was initially made up of Salvadoran immigrants who sought to protect themselves from other gangs in their community. Over the years, however, MS-13 grew into a massive criminal organization with a deadly influence that spread far beyond the streets of California. The story of MS-13 is one of extreme violence, unwavering loyalty, and a culture of fear that has terrorized communities across the globe. The origins of MS-13 are rooted in the Salvadoran Civil War of the 1980s, which forced many Salvadorans to flee their country and seek refuge in the United States. When these refugees arrived in Los Angeles, they found themselves living in overcrowded neighborhoods with little access to jobs, education, or social services. Faced with the threat of violence from other gangs, many Salvadorans banded together for mutual protection. What started as a way for these immigrants to defend themselves soon transformed into a fully fledged criminal organization. The group, originally known as Mara Salvatrucha, began to adopt the violence and tactics of the street gangs they had once fought against, but with a level of brutality and ruthlessness that set them apart. MS-13's rapid rise to infamy was fueled by its willingness to engage in extreme violence. From the very beginning, members of MS-13 demonstrated a level of brutality that shocked even seasoned gang members. They weren't just involved in the typical street-level crimes, such as robbery or drug trafficking. They were known for their horrifying acts of torture, dismemberment, and murder. MS-13 members gained notoriety for their violent methods of intimidation and control, often using machetes, knives, and firearms to carry out their brutal crimes. One of the defining characteristics of MS-13 is its use of extreme violence as a tool of loyalty enforcement. Members of the gang are expected to prove their loyalty through violent acts, and failure to do so is met with swift and brutal retribution. The gang's initiation process is one of the most violent and dangerous in the world. In order to become a full-fledged member, a recruit is often required to commit a violent crime, such as a murder or assault, to prove their commitment to the gang. These acts of violence are not just about criminal gain, they are about establishing dominance, sending a message, and ensuring that all members are fully committed to the gang's cause. One of the most notorious aspects of MS-13's culture is its use of gruesome killings to send messages. In many cases, the gang would carry out public executions, often in broad daylight, to send a clear signal to rival gangs or to punish members who had crossed the gang. The use of machetes in these executions is especially symbolic of MS-13's violent reputation. The machete, a weapon associated with Salvadoran history and culture, has become a signature of the gang's brutality. These public killings serve as both a way to instill fear in the community and a way to assert dominance in the criminal underworld. The violence committed by MS-13 is not limited to the streets of Los Angeles. As the gang expanded its operations, it began to spread across the United States and into Central America. In El Salvador, the gang became deeply embedded in the social fabric, controlling entire neighborhoods and engaging in drug trafficking, extortion, and other criminal enterprises. In Honduras and Guatemala, MS-13's influence grew as well, and the gang became a dominant force in the region. The gang's international reach has allowed it to operate with impunity in multiple countries, where it continues to control drug trafficking routes and extort local businesses. MS-13's connection to drug trafficking has been one of the primary ways it funds its operations. The gang is heavily involved in the smuggling and distribution of cocaine, marijuana, and methamphetamine, and it has built a vast network that spans from the United States to Latin America. MS-13 works closely with other international cartels, including the Mexican cartels, to control drug routes and trafficking networks. This international cooperation has allowed MS-13 to establish itself as a powerful player in the global drug trade, and its wealth has helped fuel the gang's growth. But despite the gang's success in the criminal underworld, the violence and brutality that MS-13 inflicts on the communities it controls has led to widespread condemnation. In the United States, MS-13's presence in cities across the country has led to a heightened focus on gang violence and drug trafficking. Law enforcement agencies have devoted significant resources to combating the gang, and MS-13 has become a key target of the FBI's anti-gang initiatives. In 2018, the Trump administration launched a major crackdown on MS-13 with a focus on dismantling the gang's leadership and disrupting its operations. Yet, despite these efforts, MS-13 remains a formidable force. The gang's decentralized structure, which is based on individual cliques that operate independently but share a common identity, makes it difficult for law enforcement to dismantle the organization as a whole. Even when key leaders are arrested or killed, the gang continues to operate as new members step up to take their place. The loyalty and fear that bind MS-13 together make it an incredibly resilient and dangerous force. One of the most disturbing aspects of MS-13 is the gang's recruitment tactics. The gang targets vulnerable young people, often from impoverished backgrounds or broken homes, and uses violence and intimidation to draw them into its ranks. In many cases, young recruits are forced to commit violent acts to prove their loyalty to the gang. They are then indoctrinated into a world where loyalty to the gang is paramount and violence is a way of life. For many young people, joining MS-13 is seen as a way to gain power, protection, and respect, things that are often in short supply in their neighborhoods. The legacy of MS-13 is one of destruction, fear, and bloodshed. It has left an indelible mark on the communities it controls, and its influence continues to spread across the globe. The gang's brutal tactics, combined with its involvement in the global drug trade, make it one of the most dangerous criminal organizations in the world. But despite the devastation it causes, MS-13 continues to thrive, feeding off the desperation and fear of the communities it dominates. For many, escape from the gang life is impossible, and the cycle of violence and crime seems never-ending. As we move forward, we will continue to explore the global reach of MS-13 and the devastating impact it has on the world. But one thing is clear: the gang's story is far from over, and the war for dominance, power, and survival continues, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Escaping the life of a gangster isn't just difficult, it's nearly impossible for most. For those who find themselves trapped in the brutal cycle of crime, violence, and loyalty, leaving behind everything they've known can seem like an insurmountable task. The danger, the fear of betrayal, and the consequences of walking away make the decision to leave a gang one of the hardest choices a person can make. But despite the overwhelming odds, some manage to escape. Their stories, filled with pain, regret, and determination, offer a glimpse into the possibility of redemption and survival in a world that often seems unforgiving. For many who grow up in the gang world, joining a gang is not a choice, it's a necessity. It's a way to survive in neighborhoods where violence is the norm and where the streets are controlled by powerful criminal organizations. In these environments, gangs offer protection, belonging, and a sense of power. Young people who might not have a family or community to turn to often find solace in the gang world, where they are given a sense of purpose and a feeling of control. But as they rise through the ranks and become more deeply entrenched in gang life, the reality of their situation becomes painfully clear. The price of loyalty is steep, and the consequences of betrayal can be fatal. Escaping from a gang is a process that requires more than just leaving the streets. It involves severing ties with everything that defines a person's identity. Gangs are not just criminal organizations, they are families, offering bonds of loyalty and trust that are often stronger than anything else in the person's life. Leaving the gang means walking away from that sense of belonging, which is not something many people are prepared to do. The fear of retaliation, the threat of violence, and the intense pressure to remain loyal make it incredibly hard for someone to simply walk away. In many cases, leaving a gang is akin to signing your own death sentence. Take the story of James, a former member of the Crips who grew up in one of the most violent neighborhoods in Los Angeles. From a young age, James was drawn into the gang life. He had no family to rely on, and the Crips offered him protection and a sense of community. As he got older, James became involved in the gang's criminal operations, from drug dealing to armed robbery. He built a reputation as a loyal and tough member of the gang, and for a time he felt invincible. But as the years went by, the weight of the violence and the toll it took on his conscience began to wear on him. The constant fear, the violence, and the loss of friends to both rival gangs and the criminal justice system left James questioning his life. But when he tried to leave, he found that doing so wasn't as simple as walking away. Leaving a gang often means putting a target on your back. The very people you once considered your brothers and sisters become your enemies, and the threat of retaliation is ever present. James's decision to leave the Crips was met with violent resistance. He was ambushed by fellow gang members and was warned that leaving the gang would cost him his life. For months, James lived in hiding, constantly on the run, afraid that his past would catch up with him. The fear of being killed by his former gang kept him in a constant state of anxiety and paranoia. Eventually, James was able to escape to another part of the country, but even there, the psychological scars of his past haunted him. James's story is not unique. For many former gang members, the process of escaping the gang life is a long and painful one. It involves cutting ties with family and friends who are still part of the gang, leaving behind a world that, for all its violence, offered a sense of security and belonging. The emotional toll of walking away is often just as damaging as the physical danger of leaving. Former gang members are left to grapple with guilt, shame, and trauma as they come to terms with the violence they've witnessed and participated in. But while escaping the gang life is difficult, it is not impossible. James eventually found help through a local outreach program that helps former gang members reintegrate into society. These programs, run by both community organizations and former gang members themselves, offer support, guidance, and resources for individuals who want to leave the life of crime behind. They provide a sense of hope and a path forward for those who have been trapped in the gang world. Through mentorship, education, and job training, these programs help former gang members rebuild their lives and regain their sense of dignity and purpose. The road to redemption is long and fraught with challenges, but for those who are determined to break free, it is a path worth taking. Many former gang members, like James, have been able to rebuild their lives and make a positive impact in their communities. Some become mentors, helping to guide the next generation of young people who are at risk of being pulled into gang life. Others work as advocates, speaking out against the violence and destruction they once embraced. These individuals are proof that escape from the gang world is possible, but it requires strength, support, and a willingness to face the harsh realities of their past. However, for every success story, there are countless others who are unable to escape the gang life. The cycle of violence and crime is deeply entrenched in many neighborhoods, and for some, the gang is all they've ever known. The lure of power, respect, and money can be too strong to resist, and the fear of leaving is often greater than the desire for change. Many young people find themselves trapped in a world where survival is the only goal and the future seems uncertain. For them, the gang is not just a part of their identity. It is their identity. The aftermath of gang life is one that lingers long after the violence ends. For those who manage to escape, the emotional scars of their past continue to shape their lives. Many former gang members struggle with issues like post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, substance abuse, and difficulty reintegrating into society. The trauma they experienced in the gang world doesn't simply disappear when they leave the streets. It follows them, often for the rest of their lives. In the end, escaping the gang life is about more than just leaving behind a world of violence and crime. It's about reclaiming a sense of self, rebuilding relationships, and learning how to live in a world that, for so long, seemed hostile and unforgiving. It's a journey that requires strength, courage, and a deep desire to change. But for those who are able to break free, the reward is a new life, one that is no longer defined by fear and violence, but by hope and the possibility of a better future. In the world of organized crime, street gangs may start small, but their influence often grows beyond their home turf. The global reach of street gangs has become one of the most alarming trends in modern criminal activity. What began in the streets of major cities like Los Angeles, New York, or Rio de Janeiro has now expanded to countries across the world, where gangs are not just fighting for territory, they are running multinational criminal enterprises. The gang's operations today are as vast as they are ruthless, transcending borders, cultures, and languages, making it increasingly difficult for law enforcement agencies to keep up. The global spread of street gangs is not just about their ability to smuggle drugs or weapons across borders. It's about their ability to influence entire communities, control areas with ease, and manipulate economies. As gangs have grown in power, they've adapted to the changing times, using technology, cybercrime, and new smuggling methods to enhance their operations. Today's gang members don't just use guns and knives, they use computers, cell phones, and encrypted messaging systems to evade detection and expand their reach. One of the most prominent examples of a street gang with a truly global presence is the MS-13, or Mara Salvatrucha, which originated in the United States but has now spread throughout Central America, Mexico, and even parts of Canada. In El Salvador, MS-13 has become so powerful that it controls entire regions, and its influence extends to local government, law enforcement, and business sectors. Their control of these areas is maintained through extortion, violence, and intimidation. In the US, the gang continues to operate across the country, smuggling drugs and engaging in violent crime while maintaining connections to their home country. MS-13's global reach has allowed it to thrive, with its members living and operating across multiple countries, which makes it one of the most dangerous and difficult gangs to dismantle. Similarly, the 18th Street Gang, another Latin American street gang that originated in California, has spread across the globe with operations in North America, Central America, and even Europe. Known for its violent tactics and ruthless enforcement of its criminal activities, 18th Street has become a transnational network that engages in drug trafficking, human trafficking, and murder. The gang's ability to expand its operations to different parts of the world has made it a significant threat to both local communities and international law enforcement. The globalization of street gangs is also a growing concern in Europe. Gangs from the Balkans and Eastern Europe, such as the Albanian Mafia, have begun to establish a stronger presence in major European cities. They are involved in a wide range of criminal activities, including drug trafficking, arms smuggling, human trafficking, and organized prostitution. Many of these gangs operate in collaboration with South American cartels and Middle Eastern criminal organizations, making their operations both lucrative and far-reaching. The global nature of these gangs makes it increasingly difficult to track their movements and bring them to justice. Another growing threat is the spread of street gangs in Africa. Gangs in African countries like Nigeria, South Africa, and Kenya are involved in similar activities as their counterparts in the US and Latin America. They engage in drug trafficking, arms dealing, and organized crime, with an increasing number of young people becoming involved in these gangs as a way to escape poverty and find a sense of belonging. In many African countries, gangs operate within the informal economies, using violence and intimidation to control markets, such as those for illicit drugs, counterfeit goods, and stolen property. The economic power of these gangs is growing, and their ability to influence local governments and economies presents a significant challenge for both law enforcement and the local population. The spread of street gangs has also impacted Asia, where organized crime groups like the Yakuza in Japan, the Triads in China, and various gangs in Southeast Asia have expanded their influence into new regions. These gangs have long operated in the shadows, using traditional criminal methods such as extortion, gambling, and prostitution. However, as globalization continues to increase, these gangs are beginning to broaden their scope, venturing into more modern forms of crime such as cybercrime, human trafficking, and the illegal trade of endangered species. The ability of these gangs to adapt to new forms of criminal activity, including operating in the digital realm, makes them even more difficult to track and dismantle. The most alarming aspect of the globalization of street gangs is the way they have adapted to modern technology. The use of encrypted messaging apps, the dark web, and digital currencies has made it easier for gangs to conduct business while avoiding detection. The ability to move money across borders, communicate securely, and execute operations without being detected by law enforcement has given gangs an unprecedented level of power. These digital tools allow gangs to expand their criminal enterprises to new markets, bypassing traditional law enforcement and border controls. With these new capabilities, gangs can continue their illicit activities without ever physically crossing borders, making it harder than ever for authorities to keep up. The rise of gang-related violence in cities around the world has also been exacerbated by the increasing use of firearms. In the United States, gang violence has become synonymous with mass shootings, drive-by killings, and armed robberies. In cities like Chicago, Los Angeles, and New York, gang-related homicides make up a significant portion of the overall violent crime rate. But as gangs grow in power, their ability to distribute weapons and recruit members has grown as well. In Central America, the proliferation of firearms has turned neighborhoods into war zones, with gangs using assault rifles, grenades, and even rocket launchers to maintain control of their territories. These gangs don't just kill, they terrorize, destroying entire communities in their wake. The efforts to fight the global gang epidemic are vast, but the scope of the problem makes it a challenging issue to tackle. International law enforcement agencies like Interpol, along with national and local police forces, have launched coordinated efforts to dismantle transnational gangs. However, the challenges are numerous. Gangs are not just criminals, They are sophisticated organizations with vast networks, resources, and the ability to corrupt those in power. Their control over both local and international markets, their willingness to use extreme violence, and their ability to adapt to new forms of crime make them a formidable enemy. While efforts to combat gang violence and criminal enterprises continue, there is hope. Community outreach programs, rehabilitation efforts, and education initiatives have helped thousands of individuals break free from gang life. These programs offer a lifeline to those caught in the cycle of violence and crime, providing them with the skills, support, and opportunities they need to build a better future. Yet, the fight against global gangs is far from over. As long as there is poverty, inequality, and a lack of opportunity, gangs will continue to thrive. To truly combat the influence and spread of street gangs, we must address the root causes of gang life, ensuring that young people are given better opportunities, education, and access to a safe, productive environment. Only then can we begin to chip away at the global reach of these criminal empires. Gang culture has never just been confined to the streets. It's influenced every part of society, including art, music, and fashion. One of the most powerful ways that gang culture has seeped into mainstream consciousness is through music, especially rap and hip-hop. These genres, often seen as the voice of the marginalized, have become vehicles for gang members and former members to tell their stories of struggle, survival, and violence. But with this cultural impact has come a darker side, the glorification of crime, violence, and the gang lifestyle. While these artists may use music to express the reality of life in the streets, the culture they promote has been criticized for normalizing violence and perpetuating the cycle of gang life. The influence of gangs in music can be traced back to the early days of hip-hop. Hip-hop, as a genre, was born out of the Bronx in the 1970s, a neighborhood deeply affected by poverty, racial inequality, and crime. The first hip-hop pioneers, like DJ Kool Herc and Grandmaster Flash, used music to tell the stories of their communities, stories that often involved crime, struggle, and survival in an unforgiving environment. Early hip-hop music didn't shy away from the harsh realities of inner-city life, but it also wasn't glorifying it. It was about sharing experiences, creating art out of hardship, and giving a voice to those who had been silenced by society. However, as hip-hop grew in popularity, a shift began to occur. By the 1990s, the gangster rap movement emerged, popularized by artists like N.W.A., Tupac Shakur, and the notorious B.I.G. These artists didn't just talk about crime. They embraced it, glorified it, and even celebrated it. Gangster rap became a reflection of the violent street culture that many of these artists had grown up in, but it also became a tool to sell records and gain fame. The music was raw, aggressive, and unapologetic, with lyrics that detailed everything from drug dealing to drive-by shootings, police brutality, and life in prison. For many, it was a reflection of their reality, a truth they were living every day. For others, it was a form of rebellion, a way to challenge authority and the establishment. However, with the rise of gangster rap came a darker side. The music, while often truthful in its depiction of the struggles of gang members and those living in poverty, also began to glamorize the violence that these artists were rapping about. Drugs, guns, and murder became motifs in the music, and soon the lifestyle was being romanticized by fans who saw these gangsters as heroes or figures to emulate. The imagery of money, fast cars, and women, combined with a disregard for the law, created a dangerous allure for young people, many of whom saw the gangster rap lifestyle as one of power, fame, and respect. For artists like Tupac and Biggie, their music wasn't just about storytelling, It was about survival. They used their platforms to speak about the injustice they experienced in their lives, and their messages resonated with millions. But their success also made them targets, both from law enforcement and rival gangs. The rivalry between Tupac and Biggie Smalls, fueled in part by the East Coast-West Coast feud, would eventually lead to their untimely deaths in the late 1990s. Their murders, which remain unsolved to this day, are often seen as the culmination of a long-standing conflict within the music industry, one that was deeply entwined with gang violence. The way that gang culture has been immortalized in music is one of its most enduring legacies. Young people, many of whom live in impoverished neighborhoods and are at risk of being drawn into gang life, listen to this music and see it as a blueprint for success. The message is clear. Violence, crime, and drugs are the path to respect and wealth. Artists who rap about their violent pasts often become wealthy, and their stories of escape from the streets are sold as a form of success. This creates a dangerous cycle where the line between reality and fiction becomes blurred. The more an artist embraces the gang lifestyle in their music, the more their fan base grows, and the more they are elevated to the status of cultural icons. But this romanticized version of gang life is not just limited to rap and hip-hop. The influence of gangs has also seeped into other forms of music and pop culture. The fashion choices associated with gang life, bandanas, oversized clothing, and sports jerseys, have been adopted by mainstream fashion designers, creating a market for clothing that glorifies the symbols of gang culture. Brands like FUBU, Tommy Hilfiger, and Adidas have capitalized on the streetwear trend, blending the worlds of gang fashion and high-end retail. The imagery of gang life has become a commodified product, sold to a generation that may not fully understand the violence and destruction that lie behind the clothes they wear. The influence of gang culture in music also raises important questions about the responsibility of artists. While many rappers and musicians have used their platforms to speak out against violence, poverty, and systemic injustice, others have used their music to glorify the very things that contribute to the destruction of their communities. The question arises, are these artists just reflecting the world around them, or are they contributing to it? By glamorizing violence, drugs, and crime, they are not just telling stories, they are shaping perceptions and influencing young people who may be on the brink of making decisions that will shape their futures. In recent years, there has been a push to reclaim the narrative around gangster rap and street culture. Artists like Kendrick Lamar, J. Cole, and Chance the Rapper have begun to explore more nuanced depictions of life in the streets, focusing on the emotional toll of violence, addiction, and systemic oppression. These artists are still speaking to the struggles of their communities, but they are doing so in a way that doesn't glorify the very things that have caused so much pain. Instead, they are calling for change, growth, and healing. They are shifting the conversation from glorifying the gang lifestyle to finding ways to overcome the challenges that young people face in the inner cities. The intersection of gang culture and music is a complicated one. It's a reflection of the pain, struggle, and resilience that many young people experience in neighborhoods plagued by violence and crime. But it's also a powerful reminder of the need to understand the consequences of glamorizing these elements in art. For many, music is a way to escape, to find meaning in a chaotic world. But for others, it becomes a dangerous blueprint for how to live. As the gang culture continues to influence popular music, it's important to remember that the message we send is just as important as the stories we tell. The battle against gangs is one of the most complex and challenging wars in law enforcement. Gang violence is a global problem that affects cities, countries, and even entire regions. Law enforcement agencies around the world have been locked in a constant struggle to dismantle criminal organizations that operate with ruthless efficiency. But in the war on gangs, the stakes are high, the risks are immense, and the outcomes are often uncertain. While progress is made, the fight remains ongoing, with law enforcement facing an enemy that is constantly evolving, adapting, and growing more sophisticated with each passing year. One of the most formidable challenges in combating gangs is the sheer scale of their operations. Gangs, particularly those that control drug trafficking, weapons smuggling, and organized crime, often operate on a transnational level. These criminal organizations do not adhere to the borders of a single city or country. They transcend them, making it incredibly difficult for law enforcement to dismantle them effectively. The Sinaloa cartel, for example, operates not just in Mexico, but also in the United States, Canada, Europe, and beyond. The ability of gangs to smuggle drugs, weapons, and people across international borders with relative ease is one of the reasons why law enforcement's fight against them has been so difficult. To tackle these large multinational criminal organizations, law enforcement agencies have had to adapt and collaborate on a global scale. Interpol, the FBI, the DEA, and national police forces all work together to track and dismantle gang networks that span the globe. These collaborations involve intelligence sharing, joint operations, and coordinated raids, often with the goal of arresting the gang leaders who control the operations. The challenge lies in the fact that the gang structures are often decentralized, with many factions operating independently under a single, overarching leadership. This decentralized structure means that even if a top leader is captured or killed, the gang is often able to continue operating as new leaders quickly emerge to take their place. One of the most notable examples of international law enforcement cooperation was the takedown of Joaquin El Chapo Guzman, the head of the Sinaloa cartel. Guzman was a fugitive for years, evading capture through a combination of bribery, violent intimidation, and a vast network of criminal connections. His eventual arrest in 2016, after a series of complex operations involving US, Mexican, and international authorities, marked a significant victory in the war on drugs. But even with his capture, the Sinaloa cartel remains a dominant force in the drug trade, a testament to the cartel's ability to adapt and continue its operations despite leadership losses. Another significant challenge for law enforcement is the deep-rooted corruption that often exists within the very systems they rely on to fight crime. In many countries, especially those in Central and South America, gangs and cartels have infiltrated police forces, government agencies, and political systems. This corruption makes it incredibly difficult to combat gangs effectively, as they often have inside access to sensitive information, can bribe officials, and can manipulate the justice system to their advantage. In Mexico, for example, the cartel's ability to corrupt law enforcement agencies has been a significant barrier in the fight against drug violence. Police officers, who are often underpaid and overworked, can easily be swayed by the cartels, further exacerbating the problem and allowing criminal organizations to continue their operations with little resistance. The Mexican government's strategy in dealing with gang violence has been primarily focused on military interventions and large-scale drug busts, but the success of these efforts has been mixed. The use of military forces to combat drug cartels has led to a dramatic increase in violence as cartels retaliate with greater aggression. The government's war on drugs, which has been ongoing for over a decade, has resulted in tens of thousands of deaths, including innocent civilians who often find themselves caught in the crossfire of gang warfare. While law enforcement agencies have been able to take down significant cartel leaders and disrupt drug trafficking operations, the cartels remain resilient, constantly finding new ways to smuggle drugs and maintain control over territory. In the United States, the federal government has also waged a fierce battle against street gangs, particularly those involved in drug trafficking, human trafficking, and gun violence. The FBI, ATF, and DEA have all been instrumental in combating gang violence, with their operations often focused on dismantling gang networks from the inside out. The FBI's use of undercover agents to infiltrate gangs has resulted in significant arrests and convictions. One of the most successful efforts has been the FBI's focus on the Latin Kings and the MS-13 gang, two of the most powerful and violent street gangs in the US. Through covert operations and intelligence gathering, the FBI has been able to arrest key members of these gangs, dismantling their operations and removing their influence from neighborhoods. Despite these successes, the problem of gang violence remains deeply entrenched in many urban areas. Cities like Chicago, Baltimore, and Los Angeles continue to struggle with gang-related violence and criminal activity. Street gangs, particularly those involved in the distribution of drugs and the control of turf, continue to terrorize neighborhoods and create environments of fear and instability. The constant cycle of violence, retaliation, and murder makes it difficult for law enforcement to bring about lasting change, as the people most affected by gang violence often feel powerless to stop it. One of the biggest challenges law enforcement faces in addressing gang violence is the lack of resources. With limited funding and manpower, police forces often find it difficult to address the root causes of gang violence, such as poverty, lack of education, and systemic inequality. Many communities that are most affected by gang violence also suffer from high unemployment rates, failing schools, and inadequate health care, creating an environment in which gangs can thrive. Until these social issues are addressed, the war on gangs will continue to be a battle without an end in sight. Efforts to combat gang violence are also complicated by the issue of recidivism. Many gang members, once arrested, are released back onto the streets to continue their criminal activities. The prison system itself is often a breeding ground for gang recruitment, as individuals who are incarcerated are exposed to gang culture and often find themselves joining a gang for protection or power. Upon release, they often return to their communities, bringing their gang affiliations with them and continuing the cycle of violence and crime. The war on gangs is not just a fight between law enforcement and criminals. It's a fight for the future of neighborhoods, families, and communities that have been ravaged by violence. The solution lies not only in more arrests and crackdowns, but in addressing the root causes of gang violence and offering young people alternatives to the dangerous world of crime. Programs that provide mentorship, job training, and education have shown promise in helping young people escape the grip of gangs. But these programs need to be expanded and adequately funded in order to make a meaningful impact. The fight against gang violence is a long and difficult road, but it is not without hope. Through collaboration, innovation, and a focus on prevention, law enforcement and communities can begin to break the cycle of violence and create a safer future for those who have long been affected by the destructive influence of gangs. Throughout history, there have been countless stories of powerful criminal organizations that have risen to prominence only to eventually fall from grace. These crime families, whether operating in the streets of major cities or at the highest levels of international drug trafficking, have played a significant role in shaping the landscape of organized crime. But what makes these families so notorious, and why do they fall apart? In this chapter, we'll take a look at some of the most infamous crime families in history, how they built their empires, the key players who rose to power, and the dramatic falls from grace that ultimately led to their collapse. The most iconic example of a crime family is, of course, the Mafia. Known for their brutal tactics, deep political connections, and unyielding loyalty, Mafia families like the Gambino, Genovese, and Lucchese families in New York City became synonymous with organized crime. But the history of these families is filled with backstabbing, betrayal, and greed, elements that eventually led to their downfall. Take, for example, the rise of the Gambino crime family, which became one of the most powerful families in the United States during the mid-20th century. The Gambinos were led by Carlo Gambino, a quiet, calculating boss who rose to power in the 1950s. Under his leadership, the family expanded its influence into various criminal enterprises, from drug trafficking to extortion and murder. Gambino's leadership was marked by his ability to maintain a low profile while making significant profits. However, his quiet demeanor masked a ruthless nature, and his leadership set the stage for the family's ultimate downfall. One of the most infamous figures in the Gambino family's history is John Gotti, a man who is often remembered for his rise to power and eventual conviction. Gotti's flamboyant personality and disregard for traditional mafia rules made him both a legend in the criminal underworld and a target for law enforcement. Gotti orchestrated the murder of Paul Castellano, the previous boss of the Gambino family, in 1985, taking control of the organization. Under his leadership, the Gambinos became involved in high-profile crimes, but Gotti's reckless actions, including his public persona and defiance of law enforcement, ultimately led to his downfall. Gotti's conviction in 1992 was the result of a long and costly investigation, culminating in the testimony of his underboss, Salvatore "Sammy the Bull" Gravano, who turned state's witness. The trial marked the end of Gotti's reign over the Gambino family and highlighted the fragility of even the most powerful crime families. What began as a story of power, influence, and ruthless ambition ended with betrayal, imprisonment, and the collapse of the Gambino family's once thriving empire. Similarly, the rise and fall of the Genovese crime family, one of the 5 families that dominated the mafia in New York, offers another example of how power can quickly slip from one's grasp. The Genovese family, known for its involvement in everything from labor racketeering to drug trafficking, saw its peak during the 1950s and 1960s under the leadership of Vito Genovese. Genovese's aggressive expansion of the family's criminal activities made it one of the most powerful crime organizations in the country. However, his reign was short-lived, marked by internal strife, betrayals, and legal troubles. Vito Genovese was eventually convicted and sent to prison for drug trafficking, leaving his family in a state of disarray. The infighting that ensued weakened the family, and over time, the Genovese crime family lost much of its power and influence. Today, while the Genovese family still operates, it is a mere shadow of its former self, a testament to the internal conflict and instability that often leads to the fall of crime families. The Lucchese crime family, another of New York's 5 families, offers yet another cautionary tale of rise and fall. The Lucchese family was known for its involvement in labor racketeering, extortion, and the construction industry. Under the leadership of Tommy Lucchese, the family flourished, gaining significant political influence and control over some of the most profitable criminal enterprises in the city. However, the family's reign was not without its challenges. As with the other families, internal disputes, rivalries, and law enforcement crackdowns took their toll. The family's decline was further exacerbated by the murder of prominent members, including their boss, and the ongoing efforts by the FBI and other agencies to infiltrate and dismantle the organization. The downfall of these once great crime families is often marked by a combination of factors: law enforcement crackdowns, internal betrayal, infighting, and the eventual erosion of the very values that held the family together in the first place. In many cases, the rise of power is directly tied to the family's ability to be ruthless, calculating, and loyal to the cause. But as time passes, those same qualities can lead to a decline in order, discipline, and control. What once seemed like an invincible empire is eventually torn apart by greed, ego, and betrayal. Beyond the mafia, there are countless other examples of notorious crime families that have risen and fallen. In the case of the Cali cartel, a powerful Colombian drug cartel that was responsible for smuggling massive quantities of cocaine into the United States during the 1990s, the rise was swift and deadly. The Cali cartel, led by the Rodriguez Orejuela brothers, controlled much of the cocaine trade in the U.S., and their wealth and influence rivaled that of the infamous Medellin cartel. However, the Cali cartel's downfall came in the form of an aggressive crackdown by Colombian and U.S. authorities, who successfully infiltrated the cartel and arrested its leadership. The collapse of the Cali cartel marked the end of an era in the drug trade and a shift in the balance of power within the criminal underworld. Similarly, the fall of the Medellin cartel, once led by Pablo Escobar, is one of the most well-known stories in the history of organized crime. Escobar's violent rise to power, his grip on the cocaine trade, and his ability to corrupt government officials made him one of the most powerful criminals in history. However, his reign ended in 1993 when he was killed by Colombian authorities, marking the collapse of the Medellin cartel. Escobar's death signaled the end of the cartel's dominance, but the power vacuum left behind led to the rise of new criminal organizations, such as the Cali cartel, and the continued violence and instability in Colombia. What these stories reveal is a recurring theme. Crime families, no matter how powerful they become, are often doomed to fall. Whether it's the mafia in the US or the cartels in Latin America, organized crime operates on a delicate balance of power, and when that balance is disrupted, the entire empire can crumble. Law enforcement's persistence, internal betrayals, and the unrelenting pursuit of greed ultimately weaken even the most feared and influential criminal organizations. While the fall of these crime families may seem like a victory, the truth is that their legacy continues to affect the world. Even after these families are dismantled, their influence can linger, with their criminal enterprises often being replaced by new, equally dangerous organizations. The power of these criminal empires, however fleeting, leaves a lasting mark on society, and the fight to eliminate them is far from over. In the world of organized crime, loyalty is paramount. It is the bedrock upon which entire criminal enterprises are built, the glue that holds together a network of thieves, murderers, and drug dealers. But loyalty in the world of gangs and cartels comes with a price that can often be paid in blood. One of the most sacred rules of the criminal underworld is the code of silence, often referred to as omertà in the mafia. This code dictates that members of a criminal organization must never cooperate with law enforcement or betray their fellow criminals, no matter the consequences. It is a rule that has kept many gangsters safe, but it has also led to a devastating cycle of violence, retribution, and murder. The origins of omertà can be traced back to southern Italy, where the mafia first rose to power. The Code of Silence was established as a way to protect the organization from law enforcement, outsiders, and rival factions. By refusing to cooperate with authorities, Mafia members created an impenetrable wall of secrecy that allowed them to operate freely, without fear of being exposed or prosecuted. The code also served as a means of maintaining control within the organization, ensuring that members remained loyal to the group and followed the orders of their superiors. In the early days of the Mafia, omertà was more than just a rule. It was a way of life. It was a matter of survival. Betraying the code was considered one of the greatest offenses a gangster could commit, and the punishment for violating it was swift and brutal. Those who broke the code were often silenced for good, either through murder or brutal torture. The fear of betrayal and the constant threat of violence kept members of the Mafia in line, ensuring that the organization remained strong and united. The Mafia's Code of Silence has become one of the most well-known aspects of organized crime, and it has been immortalized in countless books, movies, and television shows. In films like The Godfather and Goodfellas, the importance of loyalty and silence is emphasized as the ultimate virtue. Betrayal is portrayed as a deadly sin, one that leads to destruction and death. The characters in these stories live by the code, willing to sacrifice everything, even their own lives, to protect the family and maintain their honor. However, the reality of the Code of Silence is far more complicated. In practice, omertà is not always followed as strictly as it is portrayed in the movies. While loyalty remains a crucial element of gang life, the fear of imprisonment, the temptation of money, and the desire for protection often lead some individuals to break the code. The most significant violation of omertà is cooperating with law enforcement, becoming a rat or snitch in the eyes of the criminal world. The punishment for betrayal is severe, and the consequences can be deadly. One of the most famous cases of omertà being broken is that of Salvatore "Sammy the Bull" Gravano, a former underboss of the Gambino crime family. Gravano's betrayal of his boss, John Gotti, is one of the most well-known examples of a mafia member turning on his own. In the early 1990s, Gravano became a government informant, testifying against Gotti and other members of the Gambino family in exchange for a reduced sentence. His decision to cooperate with the FBI shocked the mafia world and sent shockwaves through the criminal underworld. Gravano's testimony led to the conviction of Gotti, who had once been considered untouchable, and marked the end of the Gambino family's dominance in New York. Gravano's decision to break omertà and become a rat was seen as the ultimate betrayal in the eyes of his fellow gangsters. He was shunned by the criminal community, and his name became synonymous with treachery. But for Gravano, the decision to cooperate with the government was about survival. He knew that if he didn't testify against Gotti, he would likely face a long prison sentence, or worse, death at the hands of his former associates. Gravano's decision to break the Code of Silence was a calculated move, one that allowed him to escape the dangerous world of organized crime. But the cost of his betrayal was high. He lived in hiding for years, constantly looking over his shoulder, knowing that the mafia would never forget what he had done. Gravano's story is just one example of how the Code of Silence can be broken in the world of organized crime. While the fear of betrayal and the threat of death are powerful deterrents, they are not always enough to keep people from cooperating with law enforcement. The pressures of the criminal justice system, the desire to save oneself, and the allure of witness protection programs can be too tempting for some. And when someone decides to break the code, the consequences are often devastating. The act of cooperating with authorities, becoming a snitch or rat, has far-reaching implications, not just for the person who betrays the gang, but for everyone involved. In the world of organized crime, trust is everything. When a member breaks the code, it undermines the entire system of loyalty and secrecy that has kept the gang functioning. Other members may begin to question their own loyalty to the organization, and they may start to fear for their own safety. In some cases, the betrayal can cause the entire criminal empire to unravel as members are arrested and sent to prison, and the organization loses its power. But while the code of silence remains a core principle of organized crime, it is not always as effective as it once was. Law enforcement agencies have become more sophisticated in their efforts to infiltrate criminal organizations using undercover operations, wiretaps, and informants to gather intelligence and build cases against gangsters. The rise of witness protection programs has also provided a safe haven for those willing to testify against their former associates. As a result, the traditional code of silence is slowly losing its power as more and more gang members cooperate with authorities in exchange for leniency or protection. In the end, the price of loyalty in the world of organized crime is one that can be paid in blood. The code of silence may be revered by gangsters, but it comes with a heavy cost. The threat of betrayal, the fear of death, and the pressure to remain loyal can be overwhelming. For those who break the code, the consequences are often dire. But for those who continue to live by it, the price of loyalty is one that is paid every day, through fear, violence, and the constant struggle to survive. One of the most tragic aspects of gang culture is the generational cycle that often perpetuates itself. For many young people, gang life is not a choice, but a way of life. It's passed down through families, communities, and neighborhoods, creating a never-ending cycle of violence, crime, and despair. The legacy of gang violence affects not only the individuals who are involved in it, but also their children, their communities, and future generations. This cycle of destruction is a pervasive problem that is difficult to break, as the realities of gang life become ingrained in the social fabric of neighborhoods plagued by poverty, inequality, and lack of opportunity. The idea of the generational cycle of gang violence is deeply rooted in the experiences of those who grow up in neighborhoods where gangs are a constant presence. Children born into gang-affiliated families are often raised in environments where violence, drugs, and crime are normalized. For them, the streets are not a place of recreation. They are a battleground. They witness firsthand the power struggles, the turf wars, and the constant threat of violence. In many cases, they see their parents, siblings, or other family members actively involved in criminal activity, and they are taught to accept it as a way of life. For these children, survival often means joining a gang, as it is the only option available to gain respect, protection, and a sense of belonging. The impact of growing up in such an environment is profound. Children who are raised in gang culture are often exposed to trauma and violence at an early age. They witness murders, drug deals, and beatings, and they are often forced to deal with the emotional fallout of these experiences. This trauma can manifest in various ways, including emotional numbness, post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, and a deep sense of hopelessness. These children are not only victims of gang violence, but are also being groomed to continue the cycle of violence as they grow older. One of the most heartbreaking aspects of the generational cycle is that many children who grow up in gang-affiliated households end up following in the footsteps of their parents. They may join the same gang, engage in the same criminal activities, and perpetuate the same violence that they witnessed in their homes. For these children, the idea of a life outside the gang is often unimaginable. They are taught that the gang is their family, and leaving it behind means leaving behind everything they've ever known. For example, in neighborhoods like those in South Los Angeles, the Bloods and Crips have a long-standing presence, and for many children, joining one of these gangs is seen as an inevitable step in their journey. The older members of these gangs often recruit the next generation, grooming them to take on leadership roles, commit crimes, and protect the gang's interests. These young recruits are told that they are joining a family that will provide them with protection, respect, and loyalty. What they aren't told is that this family will also demand their loyalty, often at the cost of their lives. The generational cycle is not just about joining gangs, it's also about continuing the legacy of violence that is passed down through the generations. Children who grow up in this environment are taught that violence is the answer to conflict, that loyalty to the gang is more important than family or personal morals, and that crime is a means to an end. These lessons are ingrained in them, and when they become adults, they often pass these beliefs down to their own children. The result is a cycle that is incredibly difficult to break. When the children of gang members grow up, they often find themselves trapped in the same environment, facing the same temptations and pressures that their parents faced before them. They may be exposed to the same poverty, the same lack of opportunities, and the same social exclusion that made gang life seem like the only way to survive in the first place. The cycle of violence continues, and the possibility of escape seems like a distant dream for many. One of the most tragic aspects of the generational cycle is the impact it has on the children of gang members who want to break free from the life. These children often face intense pressure to follow in their parents' footsteps, even if they want nothing to do with gang life. They may be bullied, threatened, or ostracized by their peers if they try to distance themselves from the gang. The pressure to conform is immense, and many young people find themselves caught in a tug-of-war between their desire to escape the cycle and the loyalty they feel to their family, their community, and their gang. Breaking the cycle of gang violence requires more than just law enforcement intervention. It requires addressing the root causes of gang involvement. Poverty, lack of education, limited job opportunities, and the breakdown of family structures are all contributing factors that keep the cycle going. Until these issues are addressed, gang culture will continue to thrive, and new generations will continue to be pulled into its grip. However, there are glimmers of hope. There are countless stories of individuals who have broken free from gang life and created better futures for themselves. These stories are often the result of mentorship, education, and community support. Programs like the Youth Gang Prevention Program in Los Angeles and the Gang Resistance Education and Training GREAT program in cities across the US have shown that with the right support, young people can escape the grip of gang violence and choose a different path. These programs provide guidance, mentorship, and job training, giving young people the tools they need to build a better future for themselves. In addition to these formal programs, there are also countless grassroots efforts by former gang members who have turned their lives around and are now working to help others escape the same fate. These individuals often serve as mentors and role models, offering hope and a sense of possibility to those who are trapped in the cycle of gang violence. They show that it is possible to break free, but it requires strength, support, and a willingness to make difficult choices. The generational cycle of gang violence is a complex and heartbreaking issue, but it is not one without hope. With the right resources, support, and determination, young people can escape the cycle and build a better life. It is up to society as a whole to provide the opportunities and support necessary to break the cycle and create a future where the legacy of gang violence no longer holds power over the next generation. The face of gang warfare has changed dramatically over the decades. While the streets of major cities like Los Angeles, New York, and Rio de Janeiro once served as the battlegrounds for gang wars, today's conflicts have expanded into a new realm, the virtual world. With the rise of the internet, digital technology, and social media, gangs are now able to wage war not just with guns and knives, but with computers and smartphones. The transition from physical street battles to online warfare is one of the most significant developments in modern gang culture, as criminal organizations adapt to the digital age and embrace new tools for violence, extortion, and financial gain. Historically, gang wars were fought over control of territory, neighborhoods, blocks, or entire cities. Rival gangs would engage in violent confrontations, often resorting to drive-by shootings, stabbings, or turf battles to claim dominance. The streets were the ultimate battleground, with each gang seeking to control drug markets, rackets, and other illicit enterprises. But the rise of the digital age has shifted the dynamics of gang warfare. As access to technology has become more widespread, gangs have begun to move their operations online, using the internet as a platform to carry out their criminal activities. One of the most notable ways in which gangs have evolved is through their involvement in cybercrime. Gangs, particularly those involved in drug trafficking, extortion, and money laundering, have embraced digital technology as a means to enhance their operations. Cybercrime has become one of the most profitable and dangerous aspects of modern gang warfare. Today's gangs are not just controlling territories, they are controlling digital networks, engaging in online fraud, hacking and identity theft, and even running large-scale cyber attacks. The use of the internet has allowed gangs to expand their criminal operations beyond their local neighborhoods and into the global market. They can now operate on an international scale, targeting victims across borders without ever having to leave their base of operations. The anonymity provided by the internet has made it easier for gangs to conduct illicit activities while avoiding detection by law enforcement. For example, gang members can use the dark web to buy and sell drugs, weapons, and stolen data, all while maintaining a level of anonymity that would have been impossible in the physical world. In addition to traditional cybercrime, gangs are increasingly using social media platforms to engage in a new form of warfare: social media manipulation. Gangs use social media to recruit new members, communicate with their networks, and even threaten rival gangs or individuals. Platforms like Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and even TikTok have become tools for gangs to spread their influence and intimidate others. In some cases, gang members will post videos or images of themselves committing violent acts or displaying weapons, using the platforms as a way to showcase their power and intimidate rivals. The public nature of social media has made it easier for gangs to broadcast their messages of fear and control to a wide audience. Social media has also played a significant role in the rise of cyberbullying and online gang wars. Young people, who are often recruited by gangs at an early age, are now being targeted through digital platforms. Rival gangs engage in online harassment, using social media to shame, intimidate, and incite violence against individuals who are perceived as enemies. This form of online bullying has led to an increase in physical violence, as gangs use the internet to escalate conflicts that would otherwise have remained isolated to the streets. The rise of cyber gangs has also led to a new wave of violence in the digital world. These groups, which operate primarily online, are often involved in large-scale fraud schemes, hacking into financial institutions, and stealing personal data. They use these cybercriminal activities to fund their operations, which may include drug trafficking, money laundering, or extortion. The anonymity provided by the internet allows these cyber gangs to operate without fear of detection, making them a formidable threat to both law enforcement and the public. The shift from physical violence to online warfare has also had a significant impact on law enforcement's ability to combat gang activity. Cybercrime, by its nature, is harder to detect and investigate than traditional street crime. While law enforcement agencies have become increasingly adept at handling cybercrime cases, they are often one step behind the criminals. The rapid pace of technological advancement means that gangs are constantly finding new ways to exploit the digital landscape for their own gain. The use of encryption, virtual private networks, VPNs, and anonymous payment systems like Bitcoin has made it more difficult for authorities to track and trace illegal activities. In response to this growing threat, law enforcement agencies around the world have created specialized units dedicated to combating cybercrime. These units, which often work in collaboration with other international organizations like Interpol and the FBI, are tasked with investigating cyber gang activity, gathering intelligence, and taking down online criminal networks. Despite these efforts, however, the fight against cyber gangs remains a challenging one, as law enforcement must constantly adapt to new technologies and tactics used by the criminals. The evolution of gang warfare from the streets to the internet has also raised important questions about the future of criminal justice. As gangs increasingly operate in the digital realm, they have access to new methods of crime that are not easily regulated or controlled. Cybercrime is a rapidly growing industry, and gangs that once relied on traditional methods of violence and intimidation are now leveraging technology to expand their operations in ways that were previously unimaginable. The internet has opened up new avenues for criminal activity, but it has also created new opportunities for gangs to thrive. While street-level gang violence may still be a major problem in cities around the world, the digital age has introduced a new set of challenges for law enforcement, businesses, and communities. As gangs become more sophisticated and their operations more complex, the need for specialized, tech-savvy crime fighters has never been greater. In the end, the evolution of gang warfare represents the broader shift in how crime is conducted in the modern world. The digital age has brought with it a host of new challenges, but it has also provided gangs with unprecedented power and reach. As the battle against gang violence moves from the streets to cyberspace, the future of crime and law enforcement will be shaped by how well authorities can adapt to the changing landscape of gang warfare. In the war against organized crime and gangs, one of the most powerful weapons that law enforcement has at their disposal is information. Criminal organizations, from street-level gangs to international drug cartels, rely on secrecy and loyalty to maintain their power and evade law enforcement. But there's one thing that gangs fear more than anything else: betrayal. In the dangerous world of organized crime, where trust is everything, the role of an informant, someone who provides law enforcement with crucial information about gang activities, can be the deciding factor in dismantling a criminal organization. Informants, also known as snitches or rats, have long played a central role in law enforcement efforts to infiltrate and dismantle gangs. These individuals provide police and federal agencies with intelligence on gang operations, drug trafficking routes, and the identities of key members. They often work undercover, gathering critical information that allows law enforcement to take down criminal organizations from within. However, while informants are essential to the fight against crime, they operate in a world fraught with danger, betrayal, and a constant threat of retribution. The relationship between law enforcement and informants is complicated and often controversial. On one hand, informants are invaluable in providing the inside information that is needed to build strong cases against dangerous criminal organizations. On the other hand, informants are often viewed with suspicion and disdain by the very law enforcement officers they work with. The fear of informants is not just confined to the gangsters. They are also feared by the police, as they can disrupt investigations, complicate cases, and create moral dilemmas within the justice system. Informants typically come from within the gang itself. They are often former members who have decided to cooperate with law enforcement in exchange for leniency, reduced sentences, or immunity. For these individuals, becoming an informant is often a decision born out of desperation. Many informants have committed serious crimes and face long prison sentences if convicted. In some cases, they may be offered a chance to escape their criminal past and start a new life through witness protection programs. For others, the decision to inform comes from a personal vendetta or a desire to escape the cycle of violence and crime that has defined their lives. However, becoming an informant is never easy. The risks are immense. Once a gang member turns informant, they are considered a traitor by their former associates, and their lives are often in immediate danger. Gangs are notorious for their code of silence, and any breach of that code is met with severe consequences. Informants are often targeted for execution or brutal punishment, and in many cases they are forced into hiding or witness protection for the rest of their lives. For those who cooperate with authorities, the price of betrayal is a constant threat of retaliation, not just against the informant, but often against their family and loved ones as well. The use of informants in the war on gangs has led to some of the most dramatic and high-profile busts in criminal history. One of the most well-known cases of an informant playing a critical role in the dismantling of a gang was that of Sammy "the Bull" Gravano, the underboss of the Gambino crime family. In the early 1990s, Gravano turned state's witness and testified against his former boss, John Gotti, in exchange for a reduced sentence. Gravano's testimony was pivotal in Gotti's conviction, and it marked one of the biggest blows to the mafia in U.S. history. However, Gravano's decision to cooperate with the government came at great personal cost. He was ostracized by his former associates, and he had to enter witness protection to avoid being killed. Gravano's case is one of many where informants have played a key role in breaking down the power of organized crime families and gangs. However, the use of informants is not without controversy. The morality of turning someone against their own gang or criminal organization is a topic of debate, particularly in communities where loyalty is highly valued. Some view informants as heroes, people who help bring criminals to justice, protect innocent lives, and make the world a safer place. Others, however, see them as traitors, willing to betray their friends, families, and communities for personal gain. For law enforcement, the use of informants is a double-edged sword. On one hand, informants provide invaluable intelligence that can lead to arrests, convictions, and the dismantling of criminal organizations. On the other hand, the reliability and credibility of informants are often called into question. Informants may have ulterior motives for providing information, such as reducing their sentences or gaining monetary rewards. In some cases, informants may even fabricate information to gain favor with law enforcement, leading to false leads and wrongful convictions. The delicate nature of working with informants means that law enforcement must be cautious, ensuring that the information provided is reliable and actionable. The use of informants in gang investigations is also a challenge for prosecutors. While informants can provide crucial evidence, their testimony is often seen as unreliable, especially in cases where the informant is a known criminal. Prosecutors must carefully vet informants and corroborate their testimony with other evidence to build a strong case. In some instances, informants may be required to testify in court, which can expose them to further danger. For this reason, many informants are placed in witness protection programs to ensure their safety. However, the constant fear of retaliation, combined with the isolation of being in witness protection, can be a heavy burden to bear. Despite the challenges and risks, informants remain an essential part of the fight against organized crime and gang violence. Without the information provided by these brave individuals, many criminal organizations would remain untouchable. They have helped law enforcement agencies take down some of the most dangerous and powerful criminals in the world, from drug lords to mafia bosses, and their contributions to the war on gangs cannot be overstated. Yet, as the war against gangs continues, the role of informants will remain controversial and fraught with moral dilemmas as they continue to walk the fine line between loyalty and betrayal. The world of gangs does not stop at the prison gates. In fact, for many gang members, prison is not a place of isolation. It's another battleground. The prison system, with its overcrowded cells, lack of resources, and vulnerable populations, has become a breeding ground for gang activity. Behind bars, gangs not only continue their criminal operations, they often thrive, with some becoming even more powerful and dangerous than they were on the outside. The hierarchical structure of gangs, the loyalty between members, and the constant need for protection create an environment where organized crime can flourish, making the prison system one of the most volatile and dangerous places in society. In the United States, the rise of gang activity in prisons has been a growing concern for decades. Prison gangs, such as the Mexican Mafia, the Aryan Brotherhood, and the Black Guerrilla Family, have carved out territories within the system, asserting control over everything from drug trafficking to extortion and even murder. These gangs don't just operate on the streets. They have established deep networks inside prisons where they recruit new members, maintain their criminal activities, and enforce discipline with brutal violence. For many incarcerated individuals, joining a gang is seen as a way to survive, gain respect, and protect themselves in a world where the threat of violence is constant. The prison system is unique in that it creates a microcosm of society with its own rules, hierarchies, and power struggles. Within the confines of a prison, gang members are often the ones who hold the power. The prison's administration may control the logistics of the facility, who gets access to which areas and how resources are allocated, but it is the gangs who control the behavior and safety of the general population. Gangs provide protection to those who are willing to join their ranks, and they enforce strict codes of conduct, punishing those who break the rules with extreme violence. Prisoners who refuse to join a gang or who break the gang's code often face brutal retribution, including beatings, stabbings, or even murder. The influence of prison gangs extends far beyond the walls of the facility. Many prison gangs are linked to larger criminal organizations on the outside, continuing their drug trafficking, extortion, and money laundering operations through their incarcerated members. Prison gangs serve as the connection between the street world and the prison system, ensuring that criminal enterprises remain active and profitable, even when their leaders are behind bars. This relationship between the streets and the prison system is one of the key reasons why gang violence remains so pervasive, both inside and outside of correctional facilities. One of the most notorious prison gangs is the Mexican Mafia, or La M, which originated in California's San Quentin State Prison in the 1950s. La MA is considered one of the most powerful and influential gangs in the prison system, and its members control drug trafficking operations, extortion, and even murder within and outside of prison. The Mexican Mafia has a strict code of conduct, and its members are expected to maintain loyalty to the organization above all else. Those who violate the gang's rules are met with severe punishment, often carried out by fellow members. The gang operates through a network of associates, many of whom are recruited while serving time in prison, and it extends its influence over prisons across California, as well as into the streets of major cities across the United States. Another significant prison gang is the Aryan Brotherhood, a white supremacist group that originated in California prisons in the 1960s. The Aryan Brotherhood is notorious for its violent tactics and its racist ideology. Members of the gang are involved in a range of criminal activities, from drug trafficking and money laundering to murder. The gang's brutal reputation has made it one of the most feared groups within the prison system, and it has maintained a firm grip on power in many of California's prisons. The Aryan Brotherhood, like other prison gangs, operates with a strict code of loyalty, with members expected to follow orders without question. Betrayal is punished with violence, and the gang maintains control over its members through fear and intimidation. The Black Guerrilla Family, BGF, is another influential prison gang that has a long history within the U.S. correctional system. The BGF was founded in the 1960s by former Black Panther members and became one of the most powerful African-American gangs in the prison system. The BGF's activities include drug trafficking, protection rackets, and violent retaliation against rivals. The gang has a distinct ideological component, with its members often expressing anti-government and pro-black liberation sentiments. Like the Mexican Mafia and the Aryan Brotherhood, the BGF uses violence to maintain control and discipline among its members, and it continues to exert significant influence over the prison system and beyond. While prison gangs are often associated with violent acts of retribution, their influence extends beyond physical violence. Many gangs operate sophisticated networks within prisons, including smuggling drugs, weapons, and contraband into the facility. The prison economy is heavily influenced by these gangs, as they control the distribution of goods, protection services, and even access to education and employment programs. In some cases, prisoners who refuse to join a gang may find themselves ostracized from these services, further increasing their reliance on the gang for survival. The problem of gang violence in prisons is not just confined to the United States. Around the world, prison systems are seeing the rise of powerful criminal gangs that control the institutions they are held in. In Brazil, for example, the Primeiro Comando da Capital, PCC, a gang that originated in São Paulo's prisons, has become one of the most powerful criminal organizations in the country. The PCC operates both inside and outside of prison, controlling drug trafficking routes, engaging in extortion, and orchestrating violent riots and attacks. The gang's influence over Brazil's prison system is so strong that it has been able to orchestrate large-scale riots and jailbreaks, demonstrating the extent to which these organizations can operate beyond the reach of law enforcement. Prison gangs are also a major problem in Mexico, where the infamous Sinaloa cartel and other criminal organizations have extended their power to prisons. The cartel's ability to control prisons and recruit new members while incarcerated has given them a unique advantage in the criminal underworld. In many cases, leaders of these cartels continue to run their operations from within the prison walls, ensuring that their drug trafficking and smuggling operations remain intact. The problem of prison gangs is further exacerbated by overcrowding in prisons, which creates an environment where violence and gang recruitment can thrive. Overcrowded prisons are more difficult to monitor, and the lack of resources and staff often results in gangs taking control of entire sections of the facility. In these conditions, prisoners are forced to turn to gangs for protection, further solidifying the gang's hold over the prison population. The cycle of violence and gang control within the prison system continues to feed into the broader problem of gang violence in society. Efforts to combat prison gangs have been met with mixed success. Law enforcement agencies and prison authorities have implemented a range of strategies, from increased surveillance to targeted raids, in an attempt to disrupt gang operations. However, the deep-rooted nature of prison gangs means that these efforts are often insufficient. Until the underlying issues of overcrowding, lack of resources, and gang recruitment are addressed, prison gangs will continue to be a powerful force in the criminal underworld. In the fight against gang violence, the prison system remains one of the most challenging battlegrounds. As gangs evolve and adapt to new methods of crime, law enforcement must continue to find innovative ways to combat them. The rise of prison gangs is a stark reminder of the deep-seated problems within the criminal justice system and the urgent need for reform. There's no easy way out of gang life. For many, the gang is more than just a group. It's a family. It's a place where loyalty, respect, and power are earned through violence, crime, and survival. But despite the strong bonds that exist within the gang world, there are countless individuals who have managed to break free from that life and rebuild their futures. These stories of redemption are the rare exceptions, proof that it's possible to escape the cycle of violence and crime that has entangled so many others. But the journey to redemption is neither quick nor easy. It's a long, grueling battle that requires immense strength, support, and a deep desire to change. For those who have been born into gang life or who have spent years in the criminal underworld, the process of leaving behind everything they've known can feel like an insurmountable task. The first step is often the hardest, recognizing that they want a different life. For many gang members, the lifestyle is all they've ever known. They've grown up in neighborhoods where violence, drugs, and crime are the norm, and joining a gang often seems like the only way to gain respect, protection, and a sense of belonging. The idea of leaving behind that sense of community, loyalty, and power can be terrifying. But for those who manage to break free, the road to redemption is one of self-discovery, healing, and transformation. The first step is often seeking help. Many individuals who leave the gang life turn to organizations and support systems that specialize in helping former gang members reintegrate into society. These programs provide mentorship, counseling, job training, and educational opportunities, tools that help former gang members build new lives and make amends for the crimes they committed. The process is difficult, and there are often setbacks, but the desire for change becomes the driving force behind the journey. One of the most significant aspects of leaving the gang life is overcoming the fear of retribution. For many gang members, leaving the gang means putting a target on their back. The loyalty and commitment that they once had to their brothers and sisters in the gang are now seen as a betrayal, and the consequences for disloyalty are severe. Former gang members are often forced into hiding, living in fear of being tracked down and punished. The threat of violence is a constant companion, and for many, the pressure of leaving the gang can feel overwhelming. Yet despite these dangers, many find the strength to walk away, often relying on the support of family, community groups, or law enforcement to protect them from harm. The road to redemption also requires confronting the trauma and emotional scars left behind by gang life. Many individuals who leave gangs have experienced immense pain, loss, and violence. They've witnessed murders, endured physical abuse, and committed crimes that have left them with feelings of guilt and regret. Healing from these experiences is a long and painful process. Therapy, counseling, and peer support are essential in helping former gang members confront the emotional toll of their past and move forward. For many, the weight of their past actions never truly goes away, but it is through addressing these emotional scars that they can begin to heal and rebuild their lives. One of the most inspiring aspects of gang members who turn their lives around is their ability to give back to their communities. Many former gang members become advocates for change, working to prevent the next generation from falling into the same traps they did. These individuals often speak out against the violence, crime, and hopelessness they once embraced, using their stories to show others that there is a way out. Through mentorship programs, community outreach, and speaking engagements, they offer hope and guidance to young people who are at risk of being drawn into gang life. These former gang members often serve as living proof that change is possible and that redemption is within reach for those who are willing to work for it. Take, for example, the story of Mike Gorman, a former member of the Bloods who managed to break free from the gang life after serving time in prison. Gorman had been involved in gang activity since his teenage years, and after being incarcerated for a series of crimes, he realized that he didn't want to spend the rest of his life in the criminal underworld. After his release, he found support through a local community organization that worked to help former gang members reintegrate into society. With the help of mentors, Gorman found the strength to leave his past behind and pursue a career in community outreach. He eventually became a spokesperson for anti-gang initiatives, using his story to help prevent young people from joining gangs. His journey to redemption wasn't easy, but it was a testament to the power of change and the importance of support systems in helping individuals break free from their past. But Gorman's story is just one example. Thousands of people have successfully left the gang life behind and turned their lives around. The key to breaking free lies in finding purpose, support, and a sense of hope that life can be better. Gang members who leave their old lives behind often struggle with feelings of isolation as they lose their connection to the gang and the sense of identity it once gave them. But through education, job opportunities, and community engagement, they find new ways to build their identities, ways that are rooted in a sense of self-worth, accomplishment, and hope for the future. The transformation from gang member to a productive member of society is not only about escaping violence and crime, it's about creating a new narrative for one's life. Many former gang members go on to become teachers, business owners, community leaders, and advocates. Their stories of redemption serve as an inspiration to others who are trapped in the cycle of violence and crime. The road to redemption is long and fraught with challenges, but the desire to break free from the life of a gangster is a powerful motivator. While the journey to redemption is difficult, it's not impossible. With the right support, a strong desire to change, and the willingness to confront one's past, individuals can break free from the gang life and build new futures. These stories of transformation remind us that no matter how deep someone may be embedded in the gang lifestyle, there is always hope for a better tomorrow.